Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this meeting of the Mid Suffolk District Council Planning Committee. May I first all remind you of some domestic arrangements. Please ensure that microphones are turned off when not in use. Please do not interrupt other speakers or hold separate conversations whilst others are speaking. If you are attending the meeting to speak and persistently interrupt the meeting, you may be asked to leave. Please ensure your mobile phones are on silent or switched off and that your laptops are switched to silent. We will be using e-voting for this meeting on the modern.gov app, so please could members make sure that they are logged in and ready to use the app. I would like to remind everyone present that this meeting will be broadcast live to the internet and will be capable of repeated viewing. The whole of this meeting will be recorded except where there are confidential or exempt items. If you make a representation to the meeting, you will be deemed by the Council to have consented to being recorded. By entering this meeting as a speaker, you are also consenting to being recorded by the Council and to the possible use of those sound recordings for webcasting and/or training purposes. The Council, members of the public and the press may record, film and photograph or broadcast this meeting when the public and press are not lawfully excluded. If you hear the fire alarm, leave the building immediately via a fire exit and make your way to the assembly point at the Ipswich Town Football Ground. Follow the signs directing you to the fire exits at each end of the floor. Do not enter the atrium ground floor area and walkways. If you are in the atrium at the time of the alarm, follow the signs to the nearest fire exit. Use the stairs, not the lifts, and do not re-enter the building until you are told it is safe to do so. So first of all, I need to do some introductions. We have the voting members of the council are on my left. We have the area planning manager, Gemma Walker. We have our legal advisor, Ian Dupre, who is assisted by an assistant this morning. We have our case officers, Bron Curtis, Alex Scott, Jasmine Wyatt and Daniel Cameron, who will be coming and going as the meeting progresses. We have our governance officers, Claire Philpott and Alicia Norman, who will keep all the IT in order. During the course of the meeting, some of the members of the committee will also be ward members where they're not allowed to vote on matters in their ward, so they will be moving across. So we've got a case in Councillor Hardingham's ward, and we have a case in my ward when the Vice Chair will be stepping in to chair the meeting. So can I move to the agenda, please? Do we have any apologies for absence?
None received, Chair.
Thank you. We now need to receive declarations of disclosable pecuniary interest and other registrable or non-registrable interests by any members. Are there any to declare? Councillor Hardingham.
I should like to mention that I am acquainted with one of the members a resident in Floaton who's affected by the proposal for the Somersham solar farm.
Item number 3, declarations of lobbying. Are there any to declare? I believe we've all been lobbied on the Somersham case. Is there anyone who's been lobbied on any of the other cases? Okay. Has everyone got their hand up? No. And are there any declarations of personal site visits? No. Now, we now have a number of sets of minutes to go through and agree. Now, these meetings were all held with the previous administration of the council, and a lot of the members were not present at those meetings. Now, there is nothing to stop you still voting for minutes, even though you weren't there. So you have the choice of whether you want to abstain or vote on accepting or otherwise of those minutes. You do have a right to vote if you want to. Don't feel that you can't. And of course, you might all have been watching it on YouTube anyway. We don't know. So, first of all, we have the minutes, confirmation of the minutes of the Planning Referrals Committee, which was held on the 8th of March 2023, which is from page 5 of our agenda pack. Are there any points regarding the accuracy of those minutes? Could I have a proposer to confirm those minutes? Thank you, Councillor Matheson. And a seconder, Councillor Warboys. Thank you. Do we want to do these via...
Do them as a vote would be a good practice.
Right, we will do these as a vote on the electronic system. So the governance officer will now conduct the electronic vote on those minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Members, that vote is now in progress. Thank you, members. So that's 4 votes for and 4 abstentions. That's carried. Thank you.
So the minutes of that meeting have been confirmed and will be signed at the end of the meeting. Item number 6 is confirmation of the minutes of the Development Control Committee A held on the 15th of March 2023. Are there any points regarding the accuracy of those minutes? Could I have a proposer, please? Councillor Matheson, thank you. And a seconder? That must be me because I was there. Am I allowed to second? So we will now, the governance officer will now conduct the electronic vote.
Thank you, Chair. Members, that vote again is in progress. Thank you, members. Chair, that's 3 votes for and 5 abstentions. Therefore, that's carried. Thank you.
Thank you. So those minutes have now been confirmed. They will be signed. Item number 7 is confirmation of the minutes of the Development Control Committee B meeting held on the 26th of March 2023. Was that right? Wasn't it April, actually, wasn't it? April. So sorry, on the 26th of April 2023. Sorry, I thought it was April. I was there as well. Are there any points regarding the accuracy of the minutes? Could I have a proposer for those minutes? Thank you, Councillor Warboys. I guess I better second them again because I was there. So the governance officer will now conduct the electronic vote.
Thank you, Chair. Members, that vote's in progress. Councillor Lawrence, are you okay? Would you like me to take your vote verbally? Oh, it's just come through, thank you. That's, again, 3 votes for and 5 abstentions, so that's carried, Chair.
Thank you. Those minutes have now been confirmed and will be signed at the end of the meeting. So we now move to item number 8, to receive notification of petitions in accordance with the Council's petition scheme. Do we have any petitions?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we have received a petition in respect of application number DC 2202118, land to the south of Church Farm, Somersham, and to the east of the Channel, Birstall. The petition closes on the 6th of September this year and will be validated in time. Thank you.
So we now move to the schedule of planning applications, and I will hand over to Ian Dupre, our legal advisor, to provide an update. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen. We've had an unusual development that has been communicated as far as we were able to yesterday. We were expecting and intending yesterday to proceed as item 9A with a planning application to which has just been mentioned in the context of the permission for renewable energy solar panels at Somersham and Birstall. There was a situation we were already aware of that's made clear in the committee report that something had happened. We thought we were in a position yesterday where all of the absolute statutory requirements had been complied with in the context of a press advert, a notice on the land itself having been posted in time and 21 days expiring before today when a decision could hopefully be made. That's still the case. We were aware, however, that an extra consultation letter that was not a strict requirement of the law, but which the officers chose to send out in order to do what they consider to be the best thorough job of public consultation in a matter of this nature. There was a delay in that letter, which I will say is not the fault of the case officer. You will see on screen another application soon for this committee, which meant that people were being invited to send comments within a period of 21 days, which is slightly later, which ends on Friday the 23rd, this Friday. We were proposing to deal with that in a recommendation that you will have seen in the committee papers. The legal situation there is it's not a strict statutory requirement, but it raises an issue that lawyers call legitimate expectation, which I think is quite easy to understand without me going into a lot of explanation. We proposed to deal with it by recommending not that you pass a resolution granting permission today, because that would have been unethical and arguably unlawful, but instead delegated the power to make the decision to the Chief Planning Officer. And I would have suggested a slight strengthening of it to say that the draft resolution said the Chief Planning Officer to take into account additional representations made in the final 2 days and subject to any additional material factors to grant permission. I would have suggested that it was done in consultation with you and the Vice Chair, Councillor Haddingham. That's where we were at the end of last week. I had seen correspondence from a firm of solicitors representing Birstall Parish Council challenging the lawfulness of that. We acknowledged that and said politely that we disagreed and thought we were acting lawfully. However, there was another development yesterday in that we discovered, unfortunately, that there was a further irregularity in that, an administrative error, as we've said, in that a copy of the environmental statement, the detailed statement that is necessary to be produced in an application of this nature to which the environmental impact regulations apply. The environmental statement which we had from the applicant a while ago should have been sent to the Secretary of State, and the Council, under the regulations, the Council may not decide whether to grant or refuse for 30 days after that notification to the Secretary of State, and that's not been done. Now, it might have been legally possible to amend the resolution and say, because the sending to the Secretary of State is quite often a formality. The Secretary of State only intervenes in a small number of cases, but it's still an important regulatory requirement that should be complied with. I discussed it with the acting monitoring officer, and we both felt that it would be inappropriate to ask you to authorise the Chief Planning Officer not only to take account of some possible late letters, but to wait for another 30 days. So as you recall, we spoke to you, Madam Chair and Madam Vice Chair yesterday with our apologies, and it was agreed that we would not present the application, the current application, undetermined application to you this morning, after all, with our considerable apologies to you and members of the public, and recognising there's been some inevitable inconvenience in people knowing this late. However, we still have underway a planning appeal on respect of the application that was refused by Mid Suffolk in February. There's a planning inquiry due to occur in August with procedural time limits that are pressing on us now. We need to report to you in a closed session, if you will, the advice we've received from our counsel, who's been instructed, been briefed to appear for us, leading and junior counsel, and we will be inviting you when the time comes to read that advice in private, in accordance with Schedule 12A, Paragraph 5 of the Local Government Act 1972 as amended. So that is where we are with this matter. And again, the officers apologise to everyone for that. And I think, Madam Chair, you said to me when we spoke yesterday that you were minded to deal with the 4 other applications first, and that, if I may say so, seems sensible to me too.
Thank you for explaining that. We think it's much more sensible to follow through the scheduled items 9B to 9E before we then decide whether or not to go into that closed session to look at the legal advice that has been given to the council. So we will not be discussing item 9A. We will be moving straight on to 9B. If there are no questions from members about that, we will go on to item 9B, land at the Lees and Ivy Farm, Mellis Road, Yaxley. And I will now invite the case officer, Bron Curtis, to introduce the application to the committee via the Teams link. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Morning, Chair. Morning, members. I'd just like to add my personal apology for the issues that Mr. Dupre has just highlighted too. So apologies to the committee and also to members of the public. We realise that it's been very frustrating and complicated. So this application is one that has been before committee a few months ago in a similar format, and it is a Section 73 application, which means it is a variation of that previous planning permission. So planning permission was granted by the planning committee in February for a very similar scheme that you're about to see. And this application seeks to vary the detail of that scheme to actually to reduce the physical extent of the built development. So I'll run you through the presentation now. The application site is shown outlined orange on this slide, which is an aerial view showing the main part of the development site with sort of a square shape on the left-hand side of the screen, and the tail of a temporary access which leads from the A140 highway across former airfield land owned by the parish council and then agricultural land to Lees Lane, which is, you can just see in the centre of the slide here, and then on to the development site. So for the construction phase of the development, that temporary access will be used. That temporary access is in place already and used for the construction of Yaxley substation, which has just recently been completed. But during the operational phase of this development, access will be via Lees Lane, the south. This is a wider view of the application site, so you can see Lees Lane in the centre just coming from the edge of Yaxley, which goes up to the application site. It then turns around within the northern side of the site and leads up to a small cluster of residential properties here. And at this point, Lees Lane turns into a bridleway right-of-way and heads northward. You can also see the A140 and you can see part of the airfield complex on the right. This gives you a little bit more policy context with some of the constraints. So you can see that bridleway that I referred to, where Lees Lane changes from public highway to bridleway, is also a public right-of-way bridleway at Judas Lane. And you can see some of the rights-of-way network across the airfield. You can also see some of the listed buildings that are in Yaxley, and you'll see more detail of listed buildings in the wider area on a slide that I have later. This is your standard slide that you'll see showing the red line of the application site, but also blue line that is within the control of the applicant. This is the layout of the development that's proposed. So it's for a synchronous condenser, which is a specialised piece of equipment which provides stability to the electricity transmission network, the national grid. It doesn't generate power itself, but it is a means of storing and providing inertia for power so that it helps to stabilise the grid overall. And that's particularly important when we move towards more renewable energy generation, because there are fluctuations in generation with sources such as solar and wind. So infrastructure such as this, it acts a bit like a shock absorber on a car and keeps the flow of energy to the grid more steady, rather than it being in spikes when it's very sunny or very windy and then nothing when there's no generation. So that's what a synchronous condenser is. I'll show you some images of what it looks like. You can see the layout of the development there. This slide is included to show what was granted last time. So you can see that 2 condensers were granted before, laid out slightly differently to the single condenser that's being requested now. I'll just flick back so that you can compare those two. You can see that this revised proposal is to locate the built development more centrally within the site. That gives us opportunities for a greater amount of landscape mitigation, which I'll show you later. I've included this slide from the last presentation also because it shows the context of the application site in red there, with the site of the Yaxley substation, which has just recently been completed, and where that connects to the pylon for the 400 kilovolt overhead line between Norwich and Bramford. So you can see the relationship of those two there, and you can just see Lees Lane. Bottom. Some elevations of what the development will look like. So the main part of the building, it's an acoustic building which is air insulated, which surrounds part of the equipment, and it looks like a modern agricultural or industrial building and is quite typical of the sort of thing that we have across the district. It's also very similar in appearance to the substation building, which I'll show you in the photographs in a moment, and it's of a similar height. So the Yaxley substation has a highest point of 10.5 metres. This building at its highest point is 12 metres, so they're of similar scale and similar appearance. What's a little bit more unusual is the range of external equipment, which is similar to what you might see in electrical installations if you've ever been to a bigger substation or something like that. It's just a range of different electrical equipment, and the whole thing to be enclosed by a 2.4 metre palisade fence, which is similar to the fencing around parts of Airfield. Excuse me. This is the zone of theoretical visibility which informed the landscape and visual impact assessment, in which you can see where the visibility will be greater, closer to the development site, and where it then peters away and is interrupted either by screening or landform. What's useful on here is that you can see some of the viewpoints from the LVIA, the landscape visual impact assessment, which I have slides on, which I'll show you later. And also on here you can see Goswald Hall, which is a listed building just to the north here, and I have some views from that property. And then you can see just the wider context of the rest of Yaxley and heading into Mellis, and then Thrandeston at the top. More detail on some of the constraints and designations. So you can see the rights of way network across the north of the landscape as it passes close to Goswald Hall and then over towards the A140, and you can see how that connects into Judas Lane, Green Lane, and the bridle way on Lees Lane. So getting into the photographs, this is taken from Lees Lane just up to the access to the site. So the access is there where the car is parked, and the site itself is roughly in the centre background there, and you can just see the posts marking the temporary access on the right hand side, which is coming from the 140. This photograph is looking over the development site just in the background there. All of this construction was, at the time this was taken, was part of the construction of the Yaxley substation site, which is why that's all there. I should make it clear that no part of this development has been started, but you are seeing signs of development in these photographs because at the time we took the photographs, the Yaxley substation was under construction. This is a view looking directly west from Lees Lane over the application site, so you can see that it is fairly scrubby agricultural land at the moment. You can just see in the background the construction site for substation and the overhead lines in which the substation will connect as a grid supply point. This is a photo showing the access from the 140. So this is the temporary access onto the former part of the airfield, which is in the ownership of the parish council, and then heads off across the agricultural land to the site. And then a view looking towards the site from the 140. You can see some of the screening here, so you can see the nature of the views. And this was the substation at the time the photograph was taken. It's now completed, but you get a sense of the appearance of the building, which is similar to the appearance of the building that's in the proposal before you. And just a wider view looking at that substation building across the landscape. And then these images taken from the landscape visual impact assessment are not of the site itself, but they show you where the extent of the site sits within the landscape. So the site would sit behind the vegetation here and here. So these are views from the A140 and the Old Norwich Road on the bottom, and then from Mellis Road and from the Judas Lane right of way. So you're getting a sense that this is a fairly high and elevated open plateau landscape with some intermittent planting for enclosures. And these are views, wider views again from Green Lane and the right of way close to Goswald Hall. Again, one of the rights of way near Goswald Hall and then over on the airfield. And then images from Goswald Hall looking towards the site, because there was some concern initially with the earlier application about the impact on the setting of Goswald Hall, and your officer went to have a look at that in person and assess that impact. So you can see these images looking towards the site. You can just see the intervening vegetation, which has helped to inform the advice from your heritage officer, and then towards the site from Lees Lane. So again, you can just see the substation building in these images. Okay, just stop sharing there for a moment. Just also to acknowledge the late paper that you have from Frandeston Parish Council, and also to acknowledge that the lead-in time for committee reports is quite long, because there's a lot of administrative work that has to happen. There was also a bank holiday and a half-term break in the lead up to this. So we did receive comments from Frandeston Parish Council on the 31st of May, but they missed the deadline for the report being finalised, which is why in your report it says there were no comments received, because that was correct at the time. But hopefully you've had the opportunity to have a look through the comments from Frandeston. You can see that there are concerns about noise. As I say, the planning permission for the proposal was granted by the committee in February for a greater scheme than is greater in scale, a larger scheme than is currently being sought through this application. That all means that there is a lesser impact in terms of visual impact, noise, as well as all of the other considerations. We are recommending that we carry across all the same conditions insofar as they are relevant. Some of them have already been discharged. For example, all of the archaeological work has already been done and agreed by the county council and deposited with the archive. But we are otherwise recommending that all the same conditions are imposed, so that we're controlling the same things and safeguarding the same interests as the decision that members made before. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I don't believe we've got a copy of the parish council comments in our late papers. Is it long? I mean, would you be able to read it out?
I can read it out, yeah. Apologies, I had asked for it to go in late, and I'm sorry that hasn't happened. So they have an objection, and they have 4 items within that objection. They say the potential problem of noise from the machinery must be appropriately prevented, so that whatever the weather conditions, it does not affect the local residents, and there are Frandeston parishioners within a short distance who may be affected. Every effort must be made to prevent noise from the plant affecting them. Point 2. A reporting system must be set up which will allow local residents to report what they consider to be unacceptable levels of noise from the site, which will allow immediate action to be taken to rectify the problem. This can be by phone or monitored email. Point 3. All measuring and monitoring of noise levels must take place at different times of the day and in different weather conditions, so that a baseline of what is acceptable noise levels can be established. This must take into account the local wildlife. Point 4. A maintenance system must be installed that will ensure that all the plants on the perimeter of the site survive in all conditions. That's the end of their comment. If you'd like me to provide any information about what the recommendation does and what the submission does to address those, I can do that, or I can wait for questions.
Well, we would like that at some point, but maybe we'll see what other questions that members have got first, if that's okay. So are there any questions from members? Councillor Matheson.
Yeah, could you just repeat that fourth point that the Yaxley parish were making? I didn't quite get that one.
A maintenance system must be installed that will ensure all the plants on the perimeter of the site survive in all conditions.
Thank you.
Councillor Haddingham.
Thank you. Thanks, Bron. Can you just reiterate that the pictures that you had from Gosford Hall, is it called Gosford Hall? Yeah, Goswald Hall, sorry. So you basically can't see the development because of the vegetation that's already there. Is that what you're saying? You couldn't, on the other photos, you'd shown us sort of a little line where the shed was going to be, or the building was going to be. Are you saying you won't be able to see it at all from the hall, from the heritage?
That's right. Yeah, you can see this is the view of towards the site from the field on the south side of Goswald Hall, so just outside the property, and you can see the intervening vegetation is very mature. You can't see anything. You can see a little bit of the pylon on the 400 kV line, which heads down towards the site, but you can't even see the next pylon where the substation would connect into, let alone the site of the substation or the development. And then similarly, from the garden of Goswald Hall, you can just see the tip of that pylon and the next one in the row behind all that vegetation. And then the window in the first floor, again, you can see a little bit of the 400 kV network there, but otherwise all the vegetation is good. Sorry, that's the last one. Oh no, this is the one from the right of way on the northern side. You can just see where the extent of the site is within the landscape. But yeah, it's very well screened from Goswald Hall.
Thank you very much.
Any further questions? Councillor Davis.
There we go. If I understand correctly, with this submission, you said that there's more space available for landscaping. So is the applicant intending to give more, plant more vegetation, and therefore provide more screening than in the original submission?
Yeah, what we're recommending is that we have the same condition requiring the details of landscape mitigation imposed on this permission should members be minded to grant. I'm just skipping back to the layout. So that was the layout that's the layout that's been granted, and the landscape mitigation was within the red line that is not being developed. You can see this proposal, there's far more land available for landscape mitigation planting, so the intention is that there will be more on this scheme than we had been able to secure on the last one, so it will be an improvement in that regard.
Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Chair. Just 2 points quickly. On the first one is with adequate landscaping provided, that should help the sound insulation if it's done properly. And the other point is I don't seem to have any record of the recommendations from the previous application, as I've missed it. But I would just ask, has there a recommendation for solar cells on the roof? And if not, why not?
Thank you. You should have a copy of the decision notice in your late papers from the last permission that was granted. That includes a condition for So the building itself is an acoustic building, which is air insulated to help attenuate noise. There's been a noise assessment which demonstrates that there will be no observed adverse effect, which is the lowest outcome on the British Standard Assessment for noise that you could expect from such an assessment. But in order to further safeguard sensitive receptors, and in recognition of the comments that we've had from local community, your environmental health officer has asked that there is testing of the noise level once the installation is operational, and should it be demonstrated that there is an exceedance of the assessed level, then attenuation measures be agreed with your environmental health officer and installed before any further operation of the development. So that will ensure that the existing background level is not exceeded. So that's the noise that sensitive receptors, meaning households, already experience in that setting. That is the background noise, and it will not be exceeded by any additional noise created by this development. And I should also say that the noise assessment includes a cumulative assessment of this development together with the substation. So it's taken that into account as well. So you've got that additional safeguard of the condition saying test it, just to make sure that your assessment is correct, and when you do turn it on, it is as noisy as you expected or as quiet as you expected. And if it's any greater than expected, then put some attenuation in to make sure you bring it down to the level that was assessed. The other question, I've forgotten.
Could you repeat the other question, Councillor Lawrence?
Yes, certainly. The question was, do the recommendations require solar cells fitted to the roof?
Yes, thank you. Okay, no, the reason for that is your policy CS 4, I think, says that only non-residential developments over 1,000 square metres have a requirement for installation of solar. So there is no policy requirement for solar for something of this size, unfortunately. It is something that your officers outside of planning control, but across the rest of the authority in terms of our energy objectives, are looking at lobbying government on. But at the moment, there is no policy provision for that. So therefore, there's no reason that we could ask for solar.
Thank you for that. Unfortunately, the decision notice with the list of conditions on the previous application didn't make it into our late papers. So I don't know whether we can get a copy of that. Just maybe Gemma could just check that all those conditions are in that previous decision notice. And maybe, I think there was one other question, which maybe we'll take now, and then we'll go back to discuss the issues raised by the Parish Council. Was there another question, Councillor Warboys?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, in the application it mentions low-level access lighting. Is that lighting going to be on constantly, or is it going to be able to be sort of motion detector, so it's switched off at night? So there's very, very little low levels of light pollution.
It's censored, so the site is unmanned and is controlled remotely for the most part, but there might be need for maintenance visits, and so if that happens during the hours of darkness, then there will be motion sensor lighting for security of the people on site. We do have a condition, and I apologise that that's not in your late papers, I'll follow that up after the meeting. We do have a condition on the permission previously granted to deal with wildlife lighting, which would take into account any the level for ensuring wildlife protection is greater than light spill into dark skies, so that would ensure both dark skies provision as well as safeguarding protected species.
Thank you.
Councillor Elkin, did you have a question before I get Councillor Matheson back?
Yes, it was also about lighting, so I think it's been covered. Thanks.
Councillor Matheson.
Yeah, with the landscaping condition, did the previous scheme obviously had a landscaping condition? Has that actually been discharged? Is there a scheme already agreed of landscaping, or are we just still leaving that with you to sign off on something reasonable?
We're still negotiating the landscaping scheme, so some of the conditions have already been complied with, drainage, archaeology, but the landscaping and the ecology are still outstanding at the moment. So they will be carried forward. If members are minded to grant, they would be carried as to be agreed, rather than as already agreed.
Thank you. Can we go back now to the parish council comments mainly about the noise, firstly, and are the issues raised by the parish council covered in the condition that was previously put on about the noise, about the reporting system, and noise levels have to be within a certain limit, otherwise they're going to do something about it?
Yes, so I've explained about the condition which your environmental health officer has requested. Your environmental health officer came to the last meeting to answer some questions about the noise implications, and is satisfied that that condition will do what it needs to do in order to effectively mitigate any potential for noise impact. It is also the case that there already exists a method for reporting noise nuisance to your environmental protection team in any case from any source. So this development would be covered by that in the event that something unexpected, which then wasn't covered by the condition, were to happen. That would still be controlled, capable of control.
Was the request from the parish council more to do with reporting the noise situation to the owner of the site or the manager of the site, as opposed to the council?
I believe that's how it reads. I think that they want to have that direct communication. The difficulty with doing it that way is that there's then no statutory framework for us to be involved as a third party to require any action. It's based on goodwill, except insofar as there might be an allegation of a breach of condition potentially. But I think it's tidier to do it the way that we have it on the existing permission, and I think your environmental health officer was satisfied with that, so that should hopefully be okay. But obviously take members' resolution.
And on the final point raised by the parish council about the landscape maintenance for the plants and the landscaping, is there anything to deal with that issue on the existing conditions, or do we need to have a new condition about maintenance of the landscaping?
There is already a requirement which is fairly standard for the maintenance and replacement of planting that doesn't survive within a set period of time. That is a form of words that has been through case judgment, so it's something that's pretty standard for most planning decisions. That also ties in with a landscape and ecology management plan condition. So we are adding that in, which is on the previous permission, to ensure that that we're tying the two things in together and that we're safeguarding protected species and habitats as well in accordance with the statutory duties.
Thank you. Are there any further questions, Councillor Hardingham?
Yes. In view of the landscaping and new planting and the difficulty we have with weather these days, is there any requirement for actual maintenance work by way of watering and so on to make sure that any planting actually establishes rather than having to be replaced the following year and maybe the following year?
I'm just rechecking the wording of the condition. Bear with me just a moment. We have a specification of all planting, including species size, density and spacing. areas for grass seeding, hard surfacing areas, details, contours, boundary treatments, details relating to protection enhancement of existing retained vegetation, and ongoing management of these features over the lifetime of the proposed use. And then
Sorry, Bron, I did just spot you've got B, including cultivation and other operations associated with plant and grass establishment. I think that might cover those expectations, but perhaps some other wording might give council some more certainty if they want to at that point. Sorry to interrupt, Bron.
No, that's fine. I think the thing to bear in mind is there is already a permission that can be implemented on this site. So we may need to just be careful about asking about too much more, because they could still just go ahead and build the other one. Just to bear that in mind, that this is an alternative and inconsistent permission, meaning that if you grant permission today, they don't have to build this one, they could build the other one. They only have the contract from Grid for one condenser, but that doesn't mean they can't implement the other one and just build one of the two in the format that they had. That would not be unauthorised, and there's usually no requirement on any planning permission for it to be completed.
Thank you. There's one more question from Councillor Warburton.
Apologies, Jez, this has been nagging at me. When the construction access road is removed, the access to the site will be along Lees Lane from Yaxley. And it's got a little note about access layout and visibility displays. I'm assuming from that comment that the lane will be actually improved in order to enable access from emergency vehicles and maintenance vehicles and so on.
Yeah, that's correct. So there was a little bit of complication with what happened with the planning permission for Yaxley substation, which came first out of all three of these developments that we're talking about. This one before you today, the one that was before the committee on the 15th of February, and the Yaxley substation. Yaxley substation was granted permission first, and the Highways Authority was consulted as part of that, but they missed the fact of the need for any works of improvement of the junction between the main part of the development site and Lees Lane. They also missed that in their consultation on the last application that came before committee in February. With the consultation that went to them on this application, they've picked that up and they've realised that they have never controlled that access. So they are asking for the access layout and the visibility display for that access to be controlled in accordance with their standard measurements and expectations to ensure safety of vehicles using the access. I have added that onto the recommendation. Again, the developer does have the right to implement their other permission, which doesn't include that condition. And we have been trying to work with county and the developer to see if there's a way of resolving that without the need for a condition. We haven't yet got to that point, which is why your recommendation stays as it is in your papers with those two conditions added on there.
Thank you. Can I just ask about the lighting condition from the previous application? Has that been discharged, or is that one still? Because clearly, if you're going to change the layout, it might change the lighting arrangements anyway.
Yeah, that hasn't been discharged yet. That's part of the ecology and landscape environment plan, so that's still pending.
Thank you. If there are no further questions from members, I will now invite public speakers to address the committee. I understand that we have no parish council representative, no objector, no supporter, but we do have the applicant, Mr. Jonathan Cooper. If you would like to have your 3 minutes. I don't seem to have the timer. The officers are going to get me a really high-tech hourglass for your 3 minutes. So if you just wait till we've got that ready. Thank you. So if you'd like to say your piece within the 3 minutes, thank you.
Perfect, thank you, Chair, and good morning, everybody. My name is Jonathan Cooper. I work for Comrade Energy, who are an owner and operator of energy assets in the UK. The proposal in front of you today is for a minor design variation to a consented planning application, heard and approved by committee earlier this year. The application is for a synchronous condenser, which is a rotating generator with no connected load synchronised to the frequency of the electricity grid network. Its role is to support National Grid during periods of stress by providing inertia and short circuit level, which manages faults and sudden losses of power on the electricity system. As we transition away from traditional fossil fuel generation to renewable sources of power, we lose stability on our energy system due to differences in how renewable and non-renewable technologies operate and connect to the network. Synchronous condensers can address this shortfall by providing stability without generation and play an essential role in the transition to renewables, tackling the climate and energy crisis being faced on both a local and a global scale. The original planning consent, determined in February, covered the erection of 2 synchronous condensers with ancillary equipment and addressed the possibility of a maximum requirement from National Grid for stability services at this location. Comrade Energy have now been awarded the contract from National Grid for the provision of these services, and we've found the needs can be met with a single synchronous condenser. The subsequent Section 73 application before you addresses this change, as well as incorporating minor variations in access and landscaping designs, all of which have been accompanied by updated technical reports. These reports have shown either an improvement or negligible difference between the original and revised designs, principally across visual, acoustic, and land impact metrics. The technical consultees from the Local Planning Authority have supported these results by finding no objection. In conclusion, the Section 73 application does not change the nature of the development. It's still synchronous condenser technology, which is a service that supports our grid network for the transition to renewable power, helping us reach our net zero goals. The design changes result in an improvement or negligible impact across the planning consideration metrics, and we've received no objections from any technical consultee. Noting the recommendation for approval from your case officer, we ask that members approve the application. And should you have any further questions, I'd be more than happy to assist. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members to Mr Cooper? Councillor Lawrence.
Could you just explain the life expectancy of the sufficiency of one condenser, please? Because previously 2 were designed or required. Would we now be faced potentially in 20, 30 years' time with the need for an additional, which because you're now putting this position right in the middle of the site, you may have to go to another adjacent fields of the site to get your second condenser in?
So we wouldn't foresee another synchronous condenser being erected here. The lifespan of it's for 50 years. And so National Grid, in their Pathfinder process, it's called, where they procure these services across the country, they've got 3 different locations in East Anglia where this service is being provided. So because we're not doing 2 synchronous condensers here, there is another one up at Necton, another one in Walpole. So it's that same service is being covered by 3 different sites. So to answer your question, we have no intentions to erect another synchronous condenser at this location.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm happy to make a start. You know, it was a great presentation. Thanks, Bron, if you're still listening. Anyway, I'm happy to go ahead and propose that, you know, we accept our officer's recommendation and grant this.
So that is a formal proposal. I now need a seconder. Councillor, happy to second. Is there anybody who would like to say anything about this application?
Yeah, I was struck by Councillor Hardingham's question about the landscaping, the maintenance thereof, and perhaps not to try and rewrite the standard conditions on the hoof now, but it does strike me that if landscaping is significantly lost, say 2 years down the road, all right, so the condition says it will be replaced, but if it's replaced by the same as went in 2 years earlier, you know, there starts to be a significant loss, you know, in terms of ecology and so on. And I do just wonder whether perhaps Gemma could explore that a little further as to whether, for example, if the hedge dies after 2 years, that it's replaced with something that's already 2 years old, if you see what I mean, rather than getting the little twigs going in from scratch again. To just perhaps explore that, but I wouldn't try and write anything new today, if that's okay.
Can you respond to that,
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So I think a couple of things. So yeah, I think we've heard the concerns. I think we can make sure that we're visiting the fact that they are established and they're supported in that, but also to confirm the requirement of the condition is if they were to die, become seriously damaged or defective within 5 years, they would be replaced with species of the same type, size and an agreed location as planting season. So yes, that expectation if it was 2 years old, it should be planted with something of the same size and type that it was.
You think that wording is actually saying that already?
Yes. Again, we can always take that away and confirm and make sure we catch that in the landscaping discharge condition.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to say anything? If not, then I'll just say that we need to just remember that this has already got planning permission for 2 synchronous condensers, and I can only imagine that 1 is going to make less noise than 2, and it does give the scope for more landscaping and hopefully more screening, and that too will help with the noise attenuation, which does seem to be the concern. And as long as we've got that lighting condition that is as tight as it can be to make sure we have the wildlife friendly, only motion sensitive lighting that's not on 24 hours a day. So if there are no further anything anyone wants to say, can we just ask the planning manager to read out the proposal, and then we'll go for the vote.
Yeah, of course. Thank you, Chair. So we are looking at delegating authority to the Chief Planning Officer to grant planning permission subject to conditions, which is the time limit to match the original permission, the landscaping scheme, and again looking at the species with the Ecology Officer, the latest lane access layout and visibility displays, and the conditions per the original permission, which would either reflect what's already been approved, so if something has already been approved, we would reflect that over, and other conditions from that as relevant and necessary. And then there is also some informative notes about a proactive working statement and county highways notes. So that's a recommendation. Thank you, Chair.
So I will now ask the Governance Officer to conduct the electronic vote.
Thank you, Chair. Members, that vote is now in progress. You may need to scroll down to the light blue line. Thank you, members. Chair, that's 8 votes for. That's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you. We've now been going about an hour and we've got another application to take. So I'm going to propose that we take a 10-minute comfort break, if that's okay, and we'll come back here at 10:40, please. Thank you. Thank you. We're now going to move to the next case, which is field to the rear of the Crowfield Rose, Debenham Road, Crowfield. Councillor Hardingham has moved across as he'll be speaking as a ward member for this case. And I will now invite the case officer, Alex Scott, to introduce the application to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, this is item 9C in the papers, application reference DC/22/03681, field to the rear of the Crowfield Rose Public House, Debenham Road in Crowfield. And the application seeks planning permission for the change of use of the existing field to the rear of the pub to a campsite and caravan site, and the erection of an amenities building relating. The site is approximately a third of the site is proposed for camping and for the pitching of tents. A third of the site then for the static caravan units, 5 of those for tourism and holiday use, with an additional static unit for a site office and the amenities building. And the final third of the site, as we'll see, is proposed to be left open as an amenity and activity area for guests. A central access road through the site is also proposed with access through the existing pub car park, utilising the existing pub access to the public highway, which is proposed to be improved to current highways standards. So if we move to the first slide, please. Now this is the site location plan, which is provided with the application. Now the area is approximately 1.2 hectares, that's 3 acres. The existing pub building is here. And the nearest neighbour is at the Mead, which is over here, and that is approximately 150 metres away across a adjacent paddock. And the curtilage of a Grade 2 listed building at New Hall is here, adjacent across the road. However, the building itself is about 250 metres away further there, and I've got some more slides to show that in a bit more detail for you. Now there is a correction in the opening paragraph. I say the village of Petter is 0.8 of a metre away. That is incorrect. Petter is approximately 850 metres to the northeast, so apologies for that correction there. If we could have the next slide, please. So this is a close-up aerial view of the site. So we have the pub here, the beer garden immediately to the rear, the existing access onto Debenham Road proposed to be improved as part of the proposal. And this is the field itself to the rear, screened by existing trees to the west, although there's additional landscaping and planting as part of the recommendation. And there is a public right-of-way, which I'll show in a bit more detail later, which runs initially here, past New Hall. And then it crosses the road, runs adjacent to the site, and then across the site in this location, and then along this boundary, along this field boundary, further to the north, emerging on the A1120 through an existing farmstead development along that road. If we could have the next slide, please. So this is a wider aerial view of the local area. The site is here, and we have the nearby villages of Petter, Stowupland and Crowfield Village, which is along the road here. And just to point out the A1120, which is billed as a tourist route with a lot of attractions listed on signs along that route, and I'll come on to some more detail about where those are later. that's it for that one. If we could have the next slide, please. Thank you. So this is the planning constraints, the major planning constraints affecting the site. The site is here. And there you can see a bit more detail of the public right-of-way leading past New Hall there and across the fields. And the site is within the countryside, outside of any settlement boundary. And the nearest planned settlement boundary is here around the village of Crowfield, which is to the southwest. Now the coloured buildings you can see are listed building, and the orange colour denotes they are grade 2 listed, the nearest being aforementioned New Hall. And you might see flood zones listed there. The site is actually within Environment Agency Flood Zone 1 with the lowest likelihood of flooding, approximately 1 in 1,000 chance of flooding annually, that is. Next slide, please. So this is the southern part of the site layout provided, closest to the road. So again, we have the pub here and the beer garden to the rear proposed to be retained. And within the existing pub car park, we have allocated parking here in dedicated bays to keep the central access clear. And there are 21 of those parking spaces proposed for the campsite and the pub. That is considered to be in accordance with the Suffolk Advisory Parking Standards provided by the County Council and adopted by us as local planning authority. The access shown to be improved as advised and approved by Suffolk County Council as Highways Authority, subject to conditions. And you might be able to see the visibility displays here, which are confirmed to be within land, either within the applicant's control or the control of the local authorities. And those displays would need to be kept clear above a height of 0.6 of a metre above ground level, and is considered that's achievable. And yes, we can see the central access from the highway through the pub car park, gated access proposed, and a surfaced access road. Indicatively, that would be by shingle, although additional information is requested by condition to confirm that. If we could have the next slide, please. So this is the middle part of the site. So the 7 structures here you can see are proposed. So the amenities building here would be the only permanent building proposed. The other units would be static caravan units, not considered to represent operational development, that's built development in themselves, and in accordance with the provisions of the Caravan Act, so they would not be essentially permanent, but capable of being moved. So there are 5 proposed temporary units for holiday use, and this additional static caravan proposed for office use, and that is the one which is on site at the moment. So all units are proposed to be plumbed in, and you might be able to see the indicative line of the wastewater pipe plumbed into a package treatment plant in the corner of the pub beer garden there. And surface water is proposed to be attenuated and discharged at a controlled rate to the adjacent field ditch. Now there has been a comprehensive surface water drainage and flood risk assessment submitted with the application as negotiated by your officers, and that has received the approval, subject to condition, of the lead local flood authority at the County Council. So that's approximately a third of the site there. You can see here the area kept open for outdoor activities for use by guests. And the camping fields would be proposed to the rear. Now, our food and safety officers have advised that there should be a maximum of 25 camping pitches there, spaced no less than 6 metres apart. So to give you an idea of the density we're looking at there. The next slide, please. Thank you. And just for completeness, this is the northern part of the site. Yeah, nothing more to add, I think, on that slide. So next slide, please. So this is the proposed amenity building. It will be approximately 4 metres in height to the ridge in facing boarding. And the applicant says in their proposal that it would have a stable character, sort of a horse stable character, appropriate to the countryside, which is considered appropriate. If we could have the next slide, please, the floor plan. So this is, again, as the amenities building, the floor plan. So we have WCs and wash basins. We have disabled facilities here, showers also, utility and storage, and washing up basins which are accessible externally here as well. So that's the amenities building proposed. Next slide, please. And just for completeness, this is the site layout in totality. And to get it on the slide, I've had to move it on the side, so apologies for that, but hopefully that shows it for you in totality there. And the next slide, please. So we're on to some photographs. So this is the existing pub and access. There's a car parked in the visibility displays, as well as bins that will be organised and conditioned, so there's no intrusion into the displays by way of condition. Now, there was a question of is the pub open? How long has it been closed? The applicant has responded to that question that it has been closed since June 2022, so about a year it's been closed, with not enough business able to be generated to sustain it. But hopefully that is the aim of the campsite, to help support the pub and to have some ready-made customers on site. So again, that's part of the proposal. Next slide, please. So this is taken from Google Street Scene images, just looking the other way down the road. Just gives you an idea of the straightness of the road down towards Crowfield there. This is the curtilage of the nearby listed building at New Hall. You might be able to see the footpath sign here along the field there, and the footpath continues on this side to the other side of these conifer trees along this field edge. Next slide, please. And so this is a photograph taken from the pub car park, just showing the rear of the existing pub building and the existing beer garden. Thank you. Next slide, please. And this is a photograph taken within the field showing the existing static unit, which is no longer required for what it was there for. I believe someone was living there, and that was a subject of a case which has been investigated by your officers. But yes, the proposal currently before you would regulise all that, and as I understand, there's not a continuing need for that to be occupied by any individual, and that would be a site management office. Next slide, please. No, we don't have the final slide. Apologies for that. The final slide would have shown the nearest amenities and attractions. If I could just explain that verbally to you. Apologies, we don't have that visually. So the nearest public house would obviously be the Rose, which is on site. The nearest convenience shop, I believe, is at Coddenham, which is just down the road, and I believe that's got a coffee shop as well. Other services and facilities would be at Needham Market and Stow Market, approximately 9 miles and 10 miles away, respectively. And there are other attractions off the A1120 tourist route, as advertised on boards along that route. Those big brown advertisements, all within 11 miles of the site. Now, in terms of bus connections, I understand there's a bus service that operates from Tollgate Farm at the corner of Church Road, which is about a 4-minute walk from the site. And that gives connections to Ipswich and other places, Monday to Friday from 7:30 to 4 in the afternoon, every 2 hours, with a reduced service on Saturday and unfortunately no service on Sunday. So I hope that gives an idea of connectivity there. So nothing more to add really than what's in the papers, I think, Chairman. As per officer's recommendation, your officer's recommendation is to approve. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from members? Councillor Hedingham.
Thank you. I've got several. I hope you don't mind, Alex. So just wanted to check. So there's no pavement to walk to Crowfield, the village. Is that right from some of the photos?
That's correct. Yes, there's no pavement to the village. No.
And when you say Coddenham's just down the road where the nearest shop was, is that sort of walkable or definitely a car trip?
It's about 7 miles, so I would say
a car trip then.
Yeah.
With the access road, are cars going to be allowed to drive down there and park beside the static caravans, or they've got to park in the car park at the pub?
I believe the intention is access to unload, and then you would come and park your car at the car park.
Okay, cool. I think it was when you showed the bigger picture. Could you see the Stonham Barnes complex on? I think it was slide 4, was it? But I might be wrong. Like I said, I was just wondering if you could still see that on the bigger picture when you were showing where everything was. Yeah.
Right, yes. So,
yeah, I can see it at our sanctuary now. I can see it. Yeah, cool. Thank you. And so it's the same owners. Sorry, like I say, to keep firing you with questions. So it's the same owners. It hasn't been sold or anything. It's basically the same people since it was closed down to now. It hasn't been, changed hands. Okay, cool. Thanks very much.
Yes, so much.
Thanks. Sorry. So the pipes, are they going to be overground or underground? The drain, from the toilets and all that.
Yes, so it would be undergrounded to the undergrounded. Yes.
Okay. Councillor Elkin.
I think if I didn't mishear, did you say there were 17 parking spaces?
I'll just double check that for you. It's on my notes. Somewhere. 21 designated.
I was just curious because if there's a maximum of 25 camping pitches and 5 statics and an open pub, whether that would be sufficient parking, and if not, does that have any implications for the residents of the village and the houses nearby?
Yeah, obviously we'd not want people to park on the road. I mean, all I can say is that that parking provision is in accordance with Suffolk Advisory parking standards, and no objections from the Highway Authority.
Councillor Matheson, I think you might.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the usual problem in practice with these kind of
question, please, Councillor Matheson.
It's going to be a question. It's going to be a question. So there's 2 conditions. I'd like to hear a little bit more detail about how they're going to be framed. And that's the one that says approved use linked to the public house. And the other one is the one that says restriction of use of the static caravans for holiday and tourism purposes only, because enforcing those conditions has been quite difficult in practice.
Right, well, in terms of the linking it to the pub, I mean, we'd have to talk about precise wording on that, but yeah, we felt that's reasonable, and that has been advised by the Economic Development Officer, seen as important there. But yeah, in terms of the holiday use, it would be the standard condition. I believe it's 28 days from memory.
Did you need more on that, Councillor? Yeah, what we'd normally secure is that somebody can live there for go there for no more than a certain amount of time and can't return within a certain amount of time. As Alex said, normally 28 days. So if you stayed for the weekend, you then couldn't come back for another month, and then we require them to keep records of that. So yes, difficult to enforce, but something that we do regularly use and have found workable, and again, much as Bron mentioned this morning, has been typically used. And yeah, that's it.
Councillor Warboys.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Councillor Evans has touched on this. It's the disposal of foul water. I think it's been raised by the parish councils as well. Slide 7 showed a treatment plant which isn't connected up to anything. I assume there'll be some discharge into the drainage ditch, and I'm making some assumptions here that this will be covered by building regs and the necessary permissions will be obtained in order to enable the discharge into the drainage ditch, and this will be regularly inspected. But in our conditions, we've got a condition about surface water drainage, but wouldn't it be appropriate to put a condition in there with regards to the treatment plant as well?
Yes, if you felt that is necessary, it's something we can consider to add, yes. But I mean, it would be, the discharge from the treatment plant would be treated water, so essentially the discharge would be surface water,
Yeah.
in accordance with the whole surface water drainage scheme. But yes, if you felt an additional condition was necessary.
I feel that if we've got the surface water, I think we should have the foul water in as well, which should then satisfy the parish council's questions as well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no other questions from members, I'd just like to ask my own question. The route of the public right-of-way looks like it's just inside on the OS map. It looks like it's just within the site of the campsite, and there doesn't look to be an awful lot of clearance between the corner of the toilet block and that fence. And then the footpath looks to me, maybe I'm wrong, it looks like it then goes up between the back of the static vans and the fence, which might be a little bit of a intrusion for those people using those caravans. And I just wondered, I understand public rights of way have got their own rules and regulations, but is there to be any rerouting of that public footpath, or is it already rerouted unofficially?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes. Now, there are certain requirements that County Council Public Rights of Way have required as part of their consultation response, so that that formalised route should remain clear at the required width. Now, they haven't raised objection to the layout proposed, so I'm presuming that is acceptable to them. Yeah, the formalised route, I mean, the only location it would cross the site would be from west to east, if you will. The pieces going north to south, they would be outside of the site boundary within the existing fields. Or I believe there's having walked along it yet myself, there is it's fenced to the highway side, adjacent to the pub car park. So yeah, I mean, there's nothing to indicate that route would be obscured, and there's not a proposal to divert it. That's helpful.
It was more that I'm not next to the pub car park. It was the bit behind the caravans. I just thought it might be a bit of a. It's rather close to those corners, and the people staying there might not like a load of people walking along a public footpath. But I guess that's outside of our control. So there is a condition about making sure it's still usable. So long as that is the case, whether they informally make it go a slightly different route through their site, that I guess is up to them. Is that right?
Yes, and if privacy was an issue, I mean, there are conditions requiring landscaping, if we can get some more planting along that boundary. I think that's the case anyway to screen it, so maybe there's some privacy to be had through that. Yeah.
Did you have a question of Councillor Davis?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just like to look at the toilet block in a little more detail. I noticed that you had the disabled toilet, which is great. Is there a facility for appropriate showering of people? Because it seemed that there wasn't a sort of wet room set up which would allow for flexible use. And then also in the public toilet building, is there provision for solar panel generation to try and reduce the net energy side of things?
Okay, just looking at the floor plan here of the amenities building, yes, it does say shower facilities in the disabled part of that. So yes, presumption that would be provided there. There's no proposal for solar panels on the building.
Thank you.
I take it there's no further questions from members. So I'll now invite the public speakers to address the committee. There's no one from the Parish Council, no objector. I believe there is a supporter, Mr. Dave Gillingham. If you would like to have your 3 minutes with my high-tech timer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Crowfield Road had been closed for nearly 8 years when the applicant and his partner bought the pub in 2017. Following 18 months of hard work, they reopened in April 2019. They'd managed to establish a strong customer base, including many people from the surrounding villages and further afield, and the pub soon gained a reputation as an excellent place to eat and to socialise. I needn't tell any of you of the damage caused to the hospitality industry by the COVID pandemic, which struck them less than a year after the pub had reopened. Despite their best efforts, the couple were unable to recover their former customer base and return the pub to a sustainable level of business. As a consequence, they took the sad decision to close the Crowfield Road in January 22. Although a tenant subsequently leased the pub from them for a number of months, they couldn't make a go of it either, and the pub has now been closed since June last year. However, they're very, very keen to see this important local community facility reopen, so they've been exploring ways that the pub could return to profitability using the existing assets that they've got. This application is to convert one of those assets, a 3-acre field behind the pub, and diversify their business to include a new caravan and campsite. The intention is to create a welcoming place for tourists with the Crowfield Road at its heart. The location, only a very short distance from the A1120 designated tourist route, fits perfectly with the new Baber Mid Suffolk Culture, Heritage and Visitor Economy Strategy and, of course, the Government's National Tourism Recovery Plan. The National Planning Policy Framework also encourages the retention of local services and community facilities, including public houses, and the new site will certainly further that aim. Despite being in a remote part of the village, the proposed site, which is already hidden by trees on 3 sides, will retain its current character by careful use of landscaping, planting and screening, and this will also enhance the site's biodiversity. On a daily basis, there'll be little more traffic than on the days when the pub was open already, and the straight Roman road gives clear views in both directions. The campsite will be accessible to a wide range of transport modes and will provide special facilities for cyclists and charging for electric vehicles. There will be direct benefits to the local economy too, with businesses such as Evergreen Carriage in Crowfield being a potential beneficiary of increased business. And there is also, I have to say, a shop at the Stollen Barns complex only 2 miles away, which sells pretty much anything that campers and caravans could need. To sum up, this new campsite will encourage tourism, it'll boost the local economy, protect the character of the site, and most importantly, this business diversification will ensure a sustainable future for the Crowfield Road public house as an important local asset long into the future. I hope that the members of the Planning Committee will support this application. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members to the supporter? Councillor Haddingham.
Thank you. How many years did you say the pub had been shut before?
The pub had been shut for nearly 8 years when the applicant and his partner bought it in 2017.
Cool. And is there a footpath or anything to the Stonham Barns, or have you got to go round by the road?
I believe the footpath goes across up to the A1120. It doesn't take you directly to Stonham Barns, but it certainly cuts a big chunk of the corner off.
And is there a footpath from the, I mean, a pavement?
A pavement?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Any further questions from members? Thank you, Mr. Gillingham. We don't, but we do have the ward member. So, Councillor Haddingham, if you'd like to speak about this application, thank you.
Yes, the main concern that's been raised, I think, is the one over the static caravans and the possible residential or not residential status that they might acquire. And I think the most important thing in this, apart from safeguarding the future of the pub, which obviously would be a good thing for the community and the district in general, is to make sure that we don't repeat a circumstance which has happened elsewhere in the district and end up with a situation which can't be controlled into the future. And I would like to just emphasise Councillor Matheson's point about the means by which the council is able to control the occupancy of the static caravans, and whether they can genuinely ascertain whether those people are temporary or whether they are actually staying there for much longer. And the other point to bear in mind, of course, is that the pub may not stay in the same ownership and the surrounding land may not stay in the same ownership, so you wouldn't want to see a creep situation develop. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members to the ward member? Could I ask my own question then? Do you know how well used that public footpath is? The one that's going to cut through this campsite? Is it a popular walking route in the area?
I think local people use those public footpaths quite a lot for regular dog walking.
Thank you. Right. If there are no further questions, I will now open this item up for debate. Oh, did you have one?
Sorry. Is there any links between because I can't remember if there's some sort of allusion in the papers, but I don't know if it was general sort of gossip. Is there any links between the owners of this complex and the Stonham Barns? Or is it just hearsay and gossip?
I'm not aware, no. Certainly the applicant is not the owner of Stonham Barns. I can say that much, yeah.
Okay, if there are no further questions, I will now open this item up for debate. Is there anyone who would like to make a start? Councillor Matheson.
Yeah, the objectives that are pursued here are the ones that we would want to support, and the concern is, as Councillor Haddingham has expressed and I asked about, is our ability to successfully keep it in the uses that are set out here. And that is the primary worry about it. I think it has been pointed out that there is a great deal of this sort of tourism offer very nearby at Stonham Barns, which is a fair point. But I don't think that there's no sort of test or policy which talks about that. It's up to the applicant to make a go of it, so to speak. And I think, on balance, probably I shall support it. But I think I would want to try and accommodate somehow what the chair has talked about in terms of the right of way, that if there's all that land there, and then it ought to be possible to site the right of way a sufficient number of metres away from the static caravans and so on, one way or another. If, officers could have a bit more of a think about that one, or whether we delegate authority to tweak something with the applicant or whatever, something like that anyway.
Thank you. Anyone else got anything to say? If not, I just like to. Clearly the static caravans are a very different kettle of fish from camping. Does Ston and Barnes actually offer tent camping pitches, or is it only static caravans or touring caravans? And obviously we can only determine what we've got before us, which is, a campsite and temporary accommodation in static caravans. Although we want the conditions to be worded as strongly as possible, and that we hope the enforcement team can keep on top of them, we have what we have is for a campsite and not for permanent use. So I'm not quite sure if we can delve any further into that one, but I do understand the concerns of we don't want it to become a permanent residence, and I do think that it's a laudable attempt to keep the pub open, to have a campsite, and for personal, if I personally was going camping, I'd far rather go somewhere with a small site with a pub adjacent than Ston and Barnes. But static caravans are a different thing. So it's two things here, really, isn't it? It's a campsite for campers who are not likely to stay there for a long period of time, who might just want a good beer in the pub, and the static caravans, which I think we are more concerned about. So if there is any reassurance, we can make sure that condition is as strong as possible, that it is only temporary accommodation, holiday accommodation. Thank you.
Can I perhaps help there, Chair? So yeah, I think we have a couple of different scenarios when it comes to caravans, particularly that in some cases they have year-long use and it's fairly unrestricted, but perhaps 2 weeks in February you can't live there. That obviously opens itself up to more problems, because although technically you should have another address that you live at, you can stay there for 11.5 months, and that can be more problematic. What I've just sort of checking in with Alex, I'm sure you'll help me out if I've got this wrong, is that what we'd be saying in this case is that you could stay there for up to 28 days, but not anymore. So you could go for a couple of weeks, no problem. And then you couldn't stay there again for another 28 days after the last day that you leave. So that should give us enough security that it's quite short. We're not waiting for a year to be up before we would have to consider enforcement. If somebody was staying there longer than that, we can request those records, and that we're making sure they're getting enough churn, which we would like to hope would be what supports the pub. So I think that would cover a lot of those issues, and I think give us a lot more security over what we can and can't control. Thank you.
Councillor Hedingham.
With Gemma's clarification there, I'm happy to support the officer and to go for approval.
Approval according to as per the officer's recommendation.
Chair,
Mr.
may I just, I think I may be missing something obvious. I apologise to Gemma if that's the case, but if the actual application is for a change of use, and I've just looked at the application online and that just says tourism, but we've put it as a caravan site now, obviously, that there is the erection of a welfare building and use of a static caravans office, but are we proposing, are you advising members to put a condition in limiting the number of caravans used for tourism? I'm just thinking of the problem we've had where if you simply say stationing of 5 caravans, whether for residential or tourist use, you then have somebody having 6 and saying it's not a material change of use.
Yes, thank you, Ian. You're absolutely right. We have had that trouble in the past. Now, I anticipated that to be covered by restriction of the use of 5 number static caravans for holiday and tourist purposes. Alex is nodding, but we might have to be very specific about that.
I think we need to be clear that's what members are being
5
advised.
and 5 only.
It's very annoying when you, a few years later, you find yourself in trouble over that, what it is.
Thank you for the clarification. Councillor Warboys.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I think overall I'd like to see this be approved because I think it's probably an important development in terms of making the pub more viable and improving the economy in a rural area. But with regards to the static caravans, and there's a camping site, where do touring caravans come into this? Are they in a separate category altogether? Do they fall into camping as well?
Oh, the delights of caravans and camping, yes. So there's lots of different issues with both. So the static caravans obviously are more permanent and have got that permanent hookup, but as Alex mentioned, they have still got to comply with the Caravan Act, whereas your static caravan itself isn't, your touring caravan is not development. It would be change of use of the land for stationing a caravan. We're allowing stationing of 5 static caravans only, and then the camping site, to my mind, was a camping site, not for touring caravans. Thanks, Alex. So I think from our side, we're saying 5 statics and camping, and that wouldn't leave any middle ground for touring caravans at the moment.
It is as described, and it's strictly canvas and the static caravans.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think I would like to second
the
with the condition about the foul water drainage plan. I think is the best way to put it.
Is that possible to add that as a condition about the foul water?
Yeah, I don't think we've got a problem with that if our proposer is happy.
Councillor Matheson.
Yeah, a couple of things about the conditions. I'd like to, well, first of all, are the proposer and seconder wanting to accept my comments about the public right of way, that officers new negotiate that to be a realistic, usable, etc. I mean, I think as someone who's experienced with these matters, as the chair spots a potential problem, then it ought to be our job to actually make that problem not occur, if you see what I mean.
Sorry, thank you, Chair. Yeah, we were just wondering if a public right-of-way management condition might be the most appropriate that would allow us to agree a scheme of management of it on the site. Obviously, we can't do anything beyond the red lines, but to confirm they wouldn't allow it to be blocked or otherwise prevent people from moving through both the site, but also inside the site, so some kind of management.
Is that all right with you?
And is the chair happy to accept the foul water drainage condition that was suggested by the seconder? Are you the chair? Sorry, the proposer. Yeah. Sorry. Are you willing to accept the foul water drainage condition? Councillor Matheson.
Yeah. The other things I wanted to say about the conditions was firstly that I'd really like to hear a little bit more about how we're going to continue to link the public house ownership with the field, and then as a much broader point that we have made progress in the last sort of year or two in terms of when conditions are to be met. And looking at this quite a long list in this case, actually, there's quite a number there that want to be prior to commencement, and so I think if we could make sure that we have a good close look at that. I mean, I think the last 7 all look as if they ought to be prior to commencement, as also the highway ones. I think it's quite general that the highways access would be prior to commencement, and also the biodiversity enhancement strategy. You know, I think to know that these things were going to be worked out up front is reassuring, really. So I know that I think you generally recalls that you know, there was quite a 2 years ago, 18 months ago, there was quite a revisiting of that, the whole business of the timing, wasn't there? You know, this is sort of, you know, what was it, you know, subsequent to and concurrent with and so on and so forth. So I think if we could get, you know, a bit of work on that list of 25 or something conditions to get them all happening at the right time, not later than the right time, if you see what I mean. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. I think Alex was nodding about prior to. I think we're in a slightly different situation here in that it's a full application for something fairly small, which is probably not going to come forward in phases of 5 houses at a time that then affects the timing of those. I would have thought the majority we're going to want before they do anything. There might be the odd thing that's later on, but you know, there's not a foundation level in the same way there is with houses that we could allow pushback to. So, but I'm sure we can take that away. Your other question about how it would be tied to the pub, Alex, did you have any initial starts on that?
I think just you know, had some simple wording that yeah, the campsite use will be linked to the use of the pub, something similar to that, if that's enforceable. Or we can talk about.
I think you mentioned that it was as per what economic development were recommended, but I don't think we knew what that was.
Yes, I haven't provided any specific wording, unfortunately, but they have not, no.
Do we need to know what the specifics are? I mean, you're right. That condition that says the land, if they're going to be removed, and land revert to that associated with a public house, if down the line that campsite is sold to another owner, it's not going to be in association with the public house, is it? And there's nothing to stop the current owner selling off the campsite as a separate concern to the pub, is there? So is that condition, which is on the bottom of page 96, the land reverts to that associated with the public house, is that actually feasible?
Yeah, I think the linking was about the fact that this is expected to support the public house. That's the reasoning behind it, and therefore we would foresee that being kept, maintained and run for and with the public house in some way, and I think that's what we would like to secure by condition. We obviously need to take the wording of that away, but I would suggest it's slightly different to where we have houses. Obviously they get sold off and that's a capital investment. This is a support to the business cash flow and productivity over the longer term would be where our position was on that one, but that's our expectation, and to take that away and do the wording to match, but probably in discussion with the applicant to make sure it does work for their business planning as well.
Councillor Lawrence?
Thank you, Chair. Personally, I don't think we should get too concerned about the ownership of the pub and the ownership of the campsite. It may split to different businesses. The current owners haven't had income from their investment for the last year or so. If they get planning permission for this, they might use it as an opportunity to increase the asset value and sell it and leave it to somebody else to actually implement. But that's not our concern as a planning committee. Thank you.
Have we now got a proposal with any extra conditions that you need to just clarify before we go to the vote?
Yeah, thank you, Chair, I can do. So we've got the recommendation on pages 96 to 97 with additional conditions for foul water treatment and the public right-of-way management. I hope that's everything that members were after.
Are the proposer and seconder happy with that? What's just been said by the planning manager? So we will now go to the vote. If I can ask the governance officer to conduct the electronic vote.
Thank you, Chair. Members, that vote is now in progress. Thank you, members. Chair, that's 7 votes for. As Councillor Hardingham is not voting as a ward member, that's therefore unanimous. That's carried. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move to the next application, unless anyone has a burning desire. It'd be nice to get the next one out of the way before we have another break. Councillor Hardingham needs to return to his seat. And do we have the planning officer ready? We do. So we'll just take a few minutes just for people to get to their seats. I think we're all ready to go now on our next case, which is land on the southeast side of Church Road, Stowupland, and I will now invite the case officer, Jasmine Wire, to introduce the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, members. So I'm presenting the reserved matters for consideration today, which include appearance, landscaping, layout and scale for the erection of 18 dwellings, a car park for the primary school and cemetery extension. So members are reminded that this presentation does not seek to replace the content within the committee report and should be viewed in conjunction with the detailed information within that report. So here is the site in its wider context. As you can see, it adjoins existing residential development to the northwest and southwest, so along here, and you've got some slightly more sporadic development here and the Bloor Homes residential estate up here. Also, I think this came up in briefing, there's a pump house just here which is outside of the red line but is Angling Water's asset. There is agricultural land to the east and south of the site, and Freeman Community Primary School is opposite the site just here, and then you've got the church kind of next to it as well. And the site is accessed via Church Road, which is also known as the A1120. So in terms of the constraints on the site is shown by the hatched area. So you've got the built-up area boundary for Stowupland, which is shown by that brown line running along here and up here. Then you've got a public right-of-way which runs along here and then down along the side of the site. And then you've got the Grade 2 listed Holy Trinity Church, which is the nearest listed building just here. So some site photos now. The next 3 slides show photos which are taken from around the site, specifically along Church Road and the public right-of-way. The site's location is shown in all the photos by the yellow star. So both photos 1 and 2 are taken along Church Road, with the site shown on the right-hand side, which is opposite the church and the primary school, which is just here. So you've got the lay-by, the primary school down here, and then the church just here. A crossing point is to be installed along here, which was secured under the outline permission, which will then connect the car park to the school and church. So both photos 3 and 4 are now looking kind of southwards towards and into the site. So in photo 3, this is the existing Anglian water pump house, with the site just over here to the right. Then photo 4 is taken looking into the site, and as you can see, it's just kind of grassed agricultural land at present, and is fenced off. So moving on to photos 5 and 6, these are the final 2 photos, and these have been taken along the public right-of-way. So the public right-of-way runs along here, as you can see, it's unobstructed, and then the site is just here, and this is basically where the suds basins would go, in this corner, and then this is looking further into the site from the public right-of-way, so it's taken from up here looking this direction. And this is the other house on the other side, which is the bungalow, just in the distance there. It's not particularly clear, but that is the other nearest dwelling compared to the one that's just behind this hedge next to the public right-of-way. So in terms of the planning history on the site, outline planning permission, which included the access points, that's not a consideration today, was granted in 2018 under 1884/16. A range of conditions were imposed on the outline which apply to these reserved matters, which I've summarised in the committee report, and also hopefully you've all been sent a copy of the outline planning permission as well. So these conditions don't need repeating within these reserved matters, but obviously some of them are linked into it. So in terms of the section 106 that was signed under the outline permission, we've got 6 affordable dwellings secured, and then a car park to the frontage of the site, which I'll show you on the site plan in a minute, which is for the staff of the church and primary school. This did also include the specification, management and maintenance information to be submitted as well and agreed. However, the outline planning permission, although it's in the development description, does not secure the delivery of the cemetery extension. So there's no provision for the transfer to the parish council or any other thing that you typically see in the outline. So in terms of verbal updates, since the issue of the table papers, Stowupland Parish Council have provided additional comments which are summarised on screen. Whilst there is no statutory duty, and it's not necessarily typical that we would consult the Parish Council on any discharge of conditions application, we note the local feeling around construction traffic, and a note can be left on the case file. So when we do have the discharge of conditions application in for the construction management plan, we will consult the Parish Council on it. We do note that the parish is obviously disappointed at the failure to deliver the cemetery extension, and this is noted. However, it's addressed within the report in this presentation. So in terms of the neighbourhood plan, Stowupland's neighbourhood plan was adopted in 2019 and allocated the site under policy SNP4, which is shown on the screen now. Whilst other policies within the neighbourhood plan are also relevant, this is the policy that specifically deals with how the development on the site is expected to be brought forward. The proposed reserve matters are considered to comply with this policy. Some aspects, so specifically in terms of the like locally distinctive materials just here, that's actually reserved by condition and can be appropriately dealt with through a discharge of conditions application. So moving on, in terms of the site layout plan, there's quite a lot to cover here. So starting with the housing mix, it's quite varied and includes the 6 affordable units. These are plots 1 to 6 on the plan. There is a slight change, or a proposed deed of variation has been submitted to change the affordable housing mix, not the 10 years, but the mix. So I think one of the units is to be changed into a 3-bedroom house, but that has been agreed with our strategic housing team and is included in the recommendations. So it's a separate application that's been submitted just to vary that affordable housing mix. So this is what is presented now. So we've then got 2 1-bedroom bungalows, 2 2-bedroom 2-storey houses, 5 3-bedroom bungalows, 5 3-bedroom 2-storey houses, 1 4-bedroom bungalow and 3 4-bedroom 2-storey houses across the site. So there is quite a mix. The car park for the staff of the church and primary school is to the frontage, so it's this area here, and then you can possibly see there's a small crossing point here, which is what was secured under the outline and I showed you on the site photos earlier. Then you've got the cemetery extension is down here. This would be only for the scattering of ashes because of groundwater pollution and has been discussed with the Environment Agency. So if this was to come forward and be transferred to the parish council, which is basically all it could be used for, this would be something that it would have to kind of remain grassed area, but there would be an access point running along here and a small car park as well here. I will show you in a later slide, there is also a footbridge that's conditioned to be provided to wrap round into the existing cemetery, which is over just out of sight here. All of the dwellings would be served by air source heat pumps and would have secure covered cycle storage. Adequate space is provided on site for bin storage and presentation areas, which are provided for each dwelling off of the highway. The proposed site layout is spread out over so you've got the main access road here, and then you've got 3 sort of main shared drives. So you've got one along here, you've got one here, and then one up here. And then there's a parking court just here, but it is to the frontage of the dwelling, so it's very well overlooked. In terms of connectivity, there's then the footway that runs alongside the Spine Road, and also there would be a connection through into the public right-of-way just here between the Suds basins. Suds and landscaping are incorporated throughout the scheme, which will be discussed and shown in a later slide. And then you've got the play space, which is located centrally within the scheme, just here. This play space is well overlooked by the dwellings on the opposite side of the road, with windows serving plots 2, 3 and 4 directly looking out over it. You've then also got the parking areas serving plots 2 to 6 and plot 16, which are opposite and adjacent to that play area. And obviously, as you can see, it's very centrally located within the site. So in terms of elevations, the following slides show a selection of house types. It doesn't show all of them, but they were included in the pack that hopefully members have seen. So I'll just give you a selection of them. So here we have a pair of semi-detached 2-storey, 3-bedroom dwellings. Then we have a terrace of bungalows and 2-storey dwellings. The bungalows are 1-bedroom and the 2-storey houses are 2 bedrooms. Then you've got detached 2-storey dwellings, so the top is a 4-bedroom dwelling and the bottom is a 3-bedroom dwelling. And then we've got the final 2 examples, which are both bungalows, so both of which would have 3 bedrooms. The material details, as I mentioned earlier, are reserved by condition, and a discharge of conditions application is currently under consideration. This is in consultation with our heritage team, noting that obviously you've got the Grade 2 listed church opposite the site. Okay, there we go. There are numerous garages around the site as well, all of which would conform to Suffolk County Council's highway standards for parking. There are a mixture of single and double bay garages, so that's just to give you an idea as well. So moving on to the landscaping, there are a range of trees, hedgerows and grassed areas located around the site, as you can see. So this is the top half of the site. The next slide will show you the kind of bottom half, just so it's zoomed in a little bit more. So this is the car parked area, and you've got the play space there and the suds over here. The suds and swales have been designed to meet Suffolk County Council floods and waters standards, and Place Services Landscaping have reviewed all of the landscaping details and are happy with the proposed species, which is a mix and is native. There would also be a mixture of post and rail fencing and close bordered fencing around the site. All the closed boarded fencing is located between plots and is kept to an absolute minimum. And hedgehog highways are also proposed alongside other biodiversity enhancement measures across the site. So in terms of the kind of southern half of the site now, this is where the proposed cemetery extension is. So as you can see, this area would have to be laid out as grassed area, but this is the kind of key bit that hasn't been secured. And then you've got this footbridge, which is secured under condition, which then links into the existing cemetery. The specified play space is to be delivered is of a timber construction and is this kind of structure shown just here. So that would be located up here. So in terms of the recommendation, it's therefore to approve the reserve matters subject to the conditions within the committee report and following the deed of variation being signed to vary the affordable housing mix. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Before I ask members for questions, can you just clarify this bit about one of the affordable houses is changing to a 3-bed house? Because if we've got plans in front of us that we're approving and then they're going to change a house, is that?
No, so the plans that have currently been submitted is what we would be approving. The deed of variation that's been submitted is to basically support what's been shown to members today. Does that make sense?
My other question is the cemetery that is not within the reserve matters has been shown to have a bit of car parking and some grass and some trees. Is that what is actually going to happen, or is there no obligation for the developer to do anything with that bit of land other than offer it to the parish council?
So the landscaping condition that we've proposed, and this is included in the committee report, would secure basically all of the landscaping that's shown on site. So it would have to be grassed. Obviously in terms of the land transfer and its actual end use, that we have no control over because that ought to have been on the outline under the kind of Section 106 obligation. I believe, and the agent's here, so he might be able to provide some further clarification on this, but I believe Landex have spoken to the parish council to discuss the situation. I think they would be happy to construct it. It just wouldn't be at their cost. And obviously they would have to transfer the land over, and again, we have no control over
at the developer's cost or at the parish council's
cost?
The parish
council's cost.
So if the parish council want the developer to do the landscaping and surfacing the car park, they would have to pay them.
So the landscaping will be covered by the condition, so that will be out of the parish council's, I suppose, funding and control. The access road and the car park are the matters that the parish council would have to fund, and obviously they would then need to discuss the land transfer as well and how that's managed, because that hasn't been covered under the outline.
So in the absence of any further negotiation, the bit that is shown as a car park on our plan would actually just be grassed?
Yes. Basically, I mean, the problem is with any planning permission, unless you specify via conditional Section 106 obligation, there is no obligation for a developer to complete a development. So it's difficult to say what would happen to that specific area, but I suspect it might be possible to potentially condition maybe some additional landscaping details. It's quite a tricky one because the rest of the landscaping surrounding that area will have to be done. So we might need to have some thought on that and how that's left.
Are there any further questions from Councillor Warboys? I think you first.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, 2 questions. One, the car parking for the primary school and church staff, how would that be designated? There is a high school down the road and parking is an issue there from memory. So how would that be sort of?
So there is actually a management and maintenance plan that's included in the Section 106 that needs to be agreed. I believe that as part of that there is a gate and a keypad to that gate, which would obviously restrict its use to the intended users, because I appreciate obviously the village hall does get quite congested, as does the Crown and obviously Stowupland High School, like you say, is just up the road. So I believe that that is covered under the Section 106 agreement, but I can probably find the specific wording for you if that's helpful as well.
That's fine. And the second was on the buildings, the proposed buildings, the finishes of it. Was I right in when you said that the Heritage Officer was going to advise on the finish and the range, because they're very uniform the way we've been seeing.
Yes, so our heritage team have been consulted on this application, so in terms of how the elevations look, they raise no objection because they don't believe there's any harm to the listed building. In terms of the specific material details and how that's kind of laid out, they are currently being considered by our heritage team under a separate discharge of conditions application.
Lovely, thank you.
Councillor Matheson?
Yeah, I'm kind of taking a step back from the what's just been said about the cemetery and so on. I mean, what's worrying me, I mean, is that did the original outline decision by the committee, did they believe that they were going to get the cemetery extension and the car park as part of the planning balance at outline stage? Because if they're not getting it, then you know that really their decision does look difficult. And then tied up with that, I didn't quite really understand what paragraph 2.7 was telling me about deeds of variation to remove obligations, etc., etc., etc. As to quite what's going on there.
So, taking your first point, I wasn't the original case officer for the application, so I can't specifically comment on what happened within committee. What I do know is that the committee report didn't say in the recommendation that there would be a cemetery extension secured via planning obligation or condition. So I don't know the specifics of what happened with it, but I think the key point is we are where we are now, and we can't condition that at this point or request an obligation. The kind of time for that has passed. In terms of 2.7, this is where it gets a little bit confusing. So we've got two deed of variations that are currently submitted to us, one of which seeks to remove the car park obligation to the front, so the one that's for the staff of the primary school and the church. This has not been agreed to by us, and will not be agreed to by us either, because that obligation still serves a useful purpose, which has been confirmed by the primary school and the church. In terms of the affordable housing mix, in order to address the change in the site plan that you've seen today, that's a separate obligation which seeks to change that mix so members can endorse what has been proposed and in front of you today. But that's kind of the difference between, so there are two deed of variations. The one we really need to be concerned of is the one that's reflected in the recommendation, which is just to change that affordable housing mix.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I'm not too worried about the affordable housing mix one, but you know, we're seeking to take away some of the value to the community of what's being delivered here, and I mean, and in terms of the first point that I made, I mean, really, I'm perhaps a legal officer can advise that you know, is it really a valid decision at outline stage if it was taken in a mistaken belief that they were going to get something that they're not going to get?
Well, if the decision was made, it was a long while ago, I'm afraid long past any prospect of a legal challenge. So as it is, it stands.
I just ask, there's been a request to change the requirement for the car park at the front next to the highway. So clearly that goes to the council. What is their process for negotiating or otherwise with that suggestion of a deed of variation?
So a deed of variation, they are a slightly strange form of application because they're not really a planning application, or they're not a planning application rather. They don't actually have to be accepted by us as even valid within, I believe it's first 5 years.
So, yes, that's right.
So we are, I think, still just within it, aren't
We're
we?
still just within it. If it's more than 5 years, they can make a formal application. We say yes or no, and they can appeal to a planning inspector.
So, yeah, so I suppose where we are with it now is that we still believe when you assess the deed of variation, it is basically, do we believe that that planning obligation still holds a useful purpose? The answer to that is yes. So our position is that we would not be accepting that deed of variation.
But the applicant has the right to appeal that. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, when it's a valid... Yeah.
But we, from what Jasmine's saying, we would hope to defend it and be disappointed if we didn't persuade a planning inspector it still had a good planning purpose.
You can take it from that the application that we're determining today includes the provision of that car park because the council are saying no to that suggested change of variation or whatever it's called, and we are looking at the development as it is on the plan, including the provision of that car park.
Yes, exactly that. And I think probably useful to note that any planning obligation ever after the 5 years, is, you know, at the applicant's prerogative to submit an application for us to consider. Doesn't necessarily mean we would accept it, but it is something that can happen on all planning applications. But this one, just for full transparency, we are not accepting it.
Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Chair. You said quite a bit about pedestrian access and vehicle access to the site. Are there any observations or provision made for cycling? I'm not familiar with the area, but clearly there's a high school nearby and stuff, so linkage to other transport means would be good.
So the agent might be able to provide a little bit more information on this, but in terms of the submitted details, the proposed footway alongside the internal access road is 2 metres wide. So I believe it could be used for cyclists, but obviously that would be down to Suffolk County Council, because the other thing is, at present, the internal estate road has not been, the detail provided is not to an adoptable standard. It's the agent's and the applicant's intention to amend that information so it is brought up to an adoptable standard. And obviously we can have further discussions about the kind of cycling provision. But I suppose as an aside to that, each dwelling is provided with secure cycle storage.
Are there any further questions from members? Councillor Warboys, you've got another question.
Sorry, I should have perhaps added this in. I think it's slide 23. It mentions there's access to the agricultural fields behind the development, which I assume is at that point by the side of the possible extension to the cemetery. So there'll be agricultural vehicles transit in the...
So there probably is a kind of right of access for agricultural vehicles to access that rear area that's retained as agricultural land that's outside of the application site. That's probably why that's there. But again, it might be worth asking the agent that question.
Thank you.
Councillor Hardingham.
Yeah, I think I saw somewhere in the papers a mention of synthetic grass being used somewhere on the site, and I just wanted to query that.
Bear with me 1 second, because yes, so the synthetic grass is around the play space. It's not around any kind of wider part of the site. It is solely so synthetic grass with timber edging by Playdale, who are the ones that provide the play space. They're the manufacturer of the play space, and it is solely around the kind of internal part around that play space. So I don't know if we can get the slides back up just so I can show you. So the synthetic grass would solely surround in this kind of inner circle here. Everything else around it and within the wider site is all real.
Is that seen as the best option for play areas? nowadays. I mean, I'm familiar with using wood chip, which is obviously entirely biodegradable and easily replaced as well.
I'm sure that's something we can pick up via condition if that's not to members' kind of preference. I don't think there's any sort of play space guidance specifically on that. It's just what's been proposed.
Councillor Elkin.
Artificial grass is that it gets absolutely scalding hot in the summer, which if you have small children is not brilliant. So just another thought on that. But my question was about the foul water drainage, whether it was going to be connected or not. I'm sorry if I've misunderstood something, but it seemed to mention it was in one place and not in another. So
yes, so foul water drainage, it's a bit of a strange one because it is covered by building regulations anyway. But in terms of the foul water drainage, we've spoken to Anglian Water, and they originally said that I think they'd misinterpreted the plans, basically, that they weren't having any connection to them. That's incorrect. The applicant does intend to connect into Anglian Water sewers. It's not going to be any sort of private connection. That is outside of the remit of kind of planning in terms of how that connection is made. But in terms of, I believe members voted on the kind of foul water considerations and capacity a few months back. So Anglian Water have confirmed that there is not capacity at Stowmarket Recycling Centre. However, they have a statutory duty, which is completely outside of our remit, to ensure that there is capacity made. Obviously, whether they make that capacity or not is not something we can really comment on.
Thank you. Can someone raise the issue of the pedestrian access? I know the access arrangement is not part of this application because that was part of the previous application. But there appears to be a bit of pavement on the front side of the development, but there's no pavement existing on that stretch of road. So it looks like the bit of pavement you were talking about being 2 metres wide goes to where the pedestrian crossing is on one side, but what happens to it on the other side? It goes nowhere, I presume. Road where the development is, the other side of the access road also has a grey bit on the plan which looks like pavement that just then stops and goes into the verge.
Is to stop it there. Obviously, I don't think they want to necessarily encourage people to cross here when there is a crossing point here, but that does then link into the lay-by. Thank you. Right,
if there are no further questions, I will open this up to the public speakers. We've got nothing further from the Parish Council. We have an objector, Mr. Keith Wellham, if you'd like to have your 3 minutes.
Is this gear? Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I was chair of the Parish Council when the development of this site was first put forward and a pre-planning exhibition of proposals was held in the village hall. There was a promise of a fully laid out extension to the cemetery next door to the plot with a path leading to the existing area for the burial of ashes and the memorial wall. Also a promise of the car park and the vehicular access. The village needed to extend the cemetery and the area offered was ideal. The car park too, as there are currently only 4 spaces for the cemetery users, and that's on the wide verge of the 1120 which has been concreted over. The car park for use by school staff and church attendees, fully laid out with a promise from the landowner of ongoing management and maintenance, was also promised. Members of the Porch family reside in the village, and their company proposed the development and the outline application was submitted on their behalf. They are a well-respected building firm. Only two significant concerns remained at that time. One was keeping parents from using areas within the development for dropping off children, and the other was the dangers of crossing the A1120. So I spoke at the Development Control Committee way back 6 years ago or thereabouts, when the outline application was debated. I asked members to specify details of the cemetery extension and car park by way of conditions, but both were left and subsequently have been called causes for concern. The committee today has an opportunity to condition both the cemetery and extension and the car park in some detail. We need to ensure that the applicant provides the cemetery extension with suitable boundary treatment and landscaping with the car park as originally offered, together with an access from the estate road and the car park for use by the school staff and church attendees, together with a long-term management and maintenance plan. Although Landex and their agent, who happens to be sitting alongside me nearly, have not really engaged with the community, a virtual meeting did take place on the 26th of January 23, arranged by the planning officer. A representative of Landex and the agent attended that meeting, as did I, as the then district councillor. Details of the cemetery extension, its boundary treatment, landscaping, car park and access were discussed in detail and agreed. And there was discussion about the transfer of land. I came away from that meeting confident that construction of the car park and access and provision of a boundary hedge or fence would be provided by the developer. I believe that my fellow district councillor and Vincent Pearce, the planning officer, also believed that Landex would provide these. Words were like that sorted then, isn't it? Now, I didn't seek re-election as a district councillor, so I now speak as a resident of the village.
Time is up, so if you could just finish.
I will finish up quickly. Yeah, so in summary, I'm seeking clear conditions in respect of the cemetery extension, its vehicular access, its car park, and the pedestrian path and transfer of the land via the this would be via the footbridge, which has already been conditioned. I'm seeking clear conditions to ensure the car park for school staff and church attendees is provided, managed and maintained. And finally, a clearly set out construction management plan which takes account of traffic on the A1120, including vehicles turning in and out of the village hall car park and church lane times of the secondary school, primary school and preschool, a safe temporary access to the site to be agreed and provided urgently because the present access is not safe. The fence is moved if a big vehicle comes through.
Thank you.
And also restrictions placed on the use of machinery when burials are taking place.
Thank you. Yeah. The objector has mentioned conditioning. Is that actually feasible?
I don't believe it is, and I think I'd probably turn to...
Yes, I'm afraid, I'm sorry to say, I agree.
Do we have any questions of the objector? No? If you to stay where you are in case there are further questions about the parish. So I would now like, we don't have a supporter, but we do have the agent, Mr. Leslie Short. If you would like to begin your speech now. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members. I'm Leslie Short. I'm agent to the applicants. Planning permission exists in outline for the development of 18 dwellings on this site. So we're here today to consider the details of those dwellings and the development scheme in which they're proposed. You may be interested to know that to get to this point, we've had 3 different planning case officers, 2 different heritage officers, all with countless exchanges between us, together with a number of meetings, not just one, with members of the parish council. The proposals before you today have taken 11 months, or have been 11 months in the making, which is only slightly less than it will take to build these houses. We have genuinely enjoyed working with Stowupland Parish Council and wish to continue to do so as this development progresses. Indeed, we have already produced the draft construction management plan and want to ensure that this works for everyone. The developer Landex Limited, also the applicant today, is well known to this council and to its partner authority, Baber Council, as you have acquired 17 of its affordable dwellings in Woolpit, 12 in Great Waldingfield and 8 at Raydon. The company has also developed a number of high-quality smaller-scale developments in the area at Stonham Aspel, Boxford, Hintlesham. Landex are also present in Stowupland, having recently completed development of 10 homes in nearby Crown Meadow. Landex are a local company with an accent on the delivery of quality construction and the delivery of new homes that people want. And I trust you can agree that this is represented in the submission. The details before you are entirely consistent with policy and as presented in your officer's very comprehensive report, and I trust you can accept her recommendations. I'll use my elastic 3 minutes to say to you I'm more than happy to discuss the Section 106 agreement, the Section 106 variation applications, because there's a very long story behind them to get where we are today. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions of Mr. Short? Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. Yes. The access to the agricultural land behind the development, and it's, well, as it says, it's secured by a 5-star gate, and that would necessarily involve sort of agricultural vehicles passing backwards and forwards. Could you expand on that and just clarify the situation, please?
I don't know if it's possible to go back to a site layout plan. Probably the second landscaping drawing would help. The one to the south of that. Yeah. If you look at that plan and see the curved access road there, first of all, Landex bought from the Porch Building Company this site. There's an obligation to provide continued access to the land to the rear. Unfortunately, this plan doesn't show it, but to the south, maybe show it on one of the general layout plans, but that access leads to the rest of an enclosed field. There are hedge line boundaries on all 3 other sides, and therefore the only access, I think, and obligated to in the sale contract, is to provide an access to Porch to the land at the rear. And it's simply closed off by a 5-bar gate.
So there will be agricultural
yes, there will.
Land passing through.
But it's arable land, so the actual frequency of agricultural vehicles isn't going to be great.
Thank you.
Any further questions of Mr. Short? Councillor Davies?
I'm afraid to ask the pointed question. When it comes to the financing of the cemetery car park, what's your current position?
Our current position is, and this was in a detailed conversation with Stowupland Parish Council, one of 3 meetings that we've had with them. When Landex bought this land, you buy it with an extant planning permission. The planning permission document is the Bible as far as advising on value. It's important to say that the Section 106 agreement attached to that planning permission contains probably the most detailed specification I've ever seen in relation to a car park and its future maintenance and management for the car park at the front of the site. So absolutely clear on that. It's costed into Landex appraisal from day one. The Section 106 agreement also provided for that car park obligation to be discharged if certain things happened. The car park for the cemetery and the cemetery extension, there is nothing in either the planning consent or the Section 106 agreement in relation to the provision of that cemetery. However, we recognise that that is part and parcel of the application, but the cost of that, the provision of that access road, the cemetery parking spaces, is not. It's not an obligation of the developer. Landex, in the meeting with the Stowupland Parish Council, said that they would integrate the construction of the access road together with the car parking spaces into the development programme, because as you can see, the cemetery extensions are located at the rear part of the site, and they would do it at cost, not at the Parish Council's cost, at cost. And that offer was made to the Stowupland Parish Council in that meeting, and it's an offer that Landex still stand by.
Thank you for the clarification.
Any further questions to Mr. Short? Okay, I believe we have some statements from the ward members, which I will read out. We have 2 ward members for Stowupland, Councillor Eburn and Councillor Pearson. First of all, I've got a message from Councillor Eburn for this application, which I will read out. This application has been a long process, not helped by the almost complete lack of consultation with the developer. During the duration of the Reserved Matters application, there has been no public consultation, no proactive discussion with the Parish Council, and no other proactivity on the developer's part, despite the efforts of the planning officers involved. The site is in the Neighbourhood Plan, Policy SNP4, for 18 homes, a community car park and a cemetery extension site. There are 3 outstanding issues arising from this application: the cemetery extension, the community car park and the construction management plan. When outline permission 161884 was granted, despite the title of the application including the words extension to cemetery, no condition was applied to ensure a cemetery extension was properly laid out. Now, Reserved Matters, we have land set aside for a much-needed cemetery extension, but only the land. No hard landscaping for parking, for access or for official needs of the time of an interment. All that is due to be provided is a footpath link to the existing cemetery on the adjacent land. The Parish Council is responsible for the cemetery and has been working for years to gain this extension, and as such, this lack of infrastructure for it is extremely disappointing. Their comments on page 104 of the papers note this. We ask that the committee provide some conditions on this application to correct this omission regarding infrastructure for the cemetery extension. Secondly, there has been much debate about the community car park directly alongside Church Road. There is a definite need for more parking to serve the community, particularly the primary school and the church. Fortunately, despite the developer's efforts to have this excluded from the application via a variation to the Section 106 DC 22-03911, the community car park has been agreed. We would like confirmation that this variation to the Section 106 is refused and that the committee gets assurance that this car park is being delivered and that it will be maintained by the developer as per page 109 of the papers. The third and outstanding point is the construction management plan. Currently, the developers are using the access to the northwest of the site, often blocking or impeding the public footpath, and there are bright lights across the site. Please can I ask the committee to ensure that the footpath remain clear at all times, that lighting is kept to an absolute minimum, and that operating times are also clearly stated. Given the history in Stowupland of developers not sticking to their construction management plans, we would ask that the Parish Council has sight of this plan before it is agreed, and it includes clear instructions on deliveries, keeping the footpath clear, lighting and operating hours. To conclude, this site has been expected to be delivered, but must include the cemetery extension fully laid out for use by the community, and the car park and the ongoing maintenance of it, and a clear construction management plan that the Parish Council can check, particularly detailing access to the footpaths. Thank you for your consideration, Councillor Rachel Eburn. We also have a message from Councillor Janet Pearson, and I'll just read that one out as well. Although not involved in matters of this application in the earlier stages, I am aware of the outstanding issues described by Councillor Eburn. A cemetery extension is much needed for this community, but neither land alone nor a footpath link to the existing cemetery are sufficient. The land, to be capable of proper use as a cemetery, must have hard landscaping for parking and official needs. I therefore reiterate Councillor Eburn's request that the committee provide some conditions on this application to correct the previous omission regarding infrastructure for the cemetery extension. With regards to the community car park alongside Church Road, there is a need for more parking space to serve the growing community. I also request, therefore, that confirmation is obtained that the variation to the Section 106 to exclude the community car park is refused, and that the committee receives assurance that the car park is being delivered and that it will be maintained by the developer as per page 109 of the papers. Finally, a construction management plan is vital. Footpaths must be kept clear and light pollution kept to a minimum possible. Operating times must be clearly defined. It is very important that the Parish Council has sight of this plan before it is agreed, and that it includes clear instructions on keeping the footpath clear, lighting and deliveries and operating hours. Thank you for considering these points, Janet Pearson. So We don't have the, either of the ward members here today. Are there any questions relating to either of their comments? No, okay. So we now need to open this item up for debate. Councillor Matheson. The difficulty is you mustn't discuss this case outside whilst you're on your comfort break. So I have to trust you all. Seeing as you've asked so nicely, Councillor Matheson, we'll have a 5-minute comfort break. But please, you must not discuss this application outside of the public forum of the council chamber. Case, we now need to open this up for debate. So who would like to go first? Councillor Haddingham?
I can, if you like. I think there's obviously a bit of discrepancy here between what the parish council say, how they feel they've been treated, and what the developer, how he says he's done. I think it's unfair to judge them on some, obviously, I want to say mishap, but anyway, overlooking, shall we say, of how the last one was dealt with. And I completely understand that if when this the land was bought by the developer now, you know, that they hadn't, you know, that it wasn't mentioned, and so obviously in their pricing schemes it wasn't, you know, like I say, built into the deal, and which I think is obviously harsh if we then say we've got to do this to whatever standard, and lump it at their door. So I think it is a tricky one, and so yeah, I'm undecided at the moment, and I'm just going to listen to what everyone else has to say.
Anyone else like to say anything? Councillor Matheson?
Yeah, I agree with that. I find it extremely difficult to actually see, a decision out of this. There is a very clear difference, and I did ask the question at the outset as to the, I wasn't on the committee, I don't think, on that day, which is quite a long time ago now, as someone said. But members sat there and agreed to the principle, and it seems as if they believed they were going to get these community benefits, half of which they're not now apparently going to get. And I just don't feel comfortable agreeing to that. Agreeing to this reserved matters on the basis it doesn't feel as if we're putting it on firm and proper ground of the original outline. It just doesn't seem right.
Thank you. I think the problem here, and we can't go back in history and change that outline, and if we, however much what should have happened hasn't happened, and we can't change that, so we have to determine this application as it is. And I agree. I think maybe it's miscommunication, maybe there have been some other mistakes that have been made in the past, but unfortunately we can't change that. And I agree, it's very difficult, because if we don't, whatever we decide today, that cemetery extension is not going to be completed, even if another reserve matters comes through. And given that the applicant and the agent are already trying to dispute the front car park, doesn't hold me in great confidence that should we refuse this, they're going to come back with something more generous. But anyway, we are where we are, and we can't go back and change that Section 106 agreement. So we have to determine what we've got in front of us. So, Councillor Davies, did I see you waving your hand about?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I was doing a little bit of gesticulation. I'd just like to pass the observation that the housing mix here is one that seems to offer some flexibility to the community, which must be welcome. Clearly, keeping that front car park as originally specified is of fundamental importance. And if there was some way of, through human good nature, of coming to a more equitable resolution about the cemetery, that would be very welcome.
Anyone else got anything to say? Councillor Warboys?
I think I just need a little bit of clarification. I think I'd like to follow Councillor Davis's comments. I think in a lot of respects this is quite an admirable development. It's pepper pot in the affordable housing. There's a range of styles, bungalows, which is probably sort of very appropriate for the village. My understanding of this, just looking at the drawings of the landscape plan, the front car park is agreed. That there is some indication of car parking and a bridge to the cemetery, but it's the actual landscaping of the plot of land that could be a cemetery extension is in question.
I think the footbridge is determined, that's going to happen. The soft landscaping where the cemetery land is will happen, so it will be grassed over and presumably those trees will be planted. Mm-hmm. But it's the hard landscaping of the roadway from the end of the estate road and the car park, which looks like it's got about 8 or 9 spaces for the cemetery, mm-hmm. is not going to be completed at the developer's cost, but it appears that they are trying to negotiate with the parish council for them to pay costs to the developer for them to install that bit. That's how I interpret it. Have I got that right?
Yes. Yeah.
But the other point about the transfer of the land to the parish council, that for the cemetery, which
The transfer of the land is also not secured.
that's not so. So there's two things that are not secured: the transfer of the land and the hard surfacing for the car park.
Yes.
Which is what the parish council understood was going to happen.
Gemma?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just to say, it's a difficult one. I appreciate that there is that degree of what was expected and potentially applied for, what we secured and what we're now looking at. Ultimately, we've got to be treading a careful line of, is it scale, is it layout, is it landscape, is it appearance? Possibly some of those. But also the fact that nothing of this permission prevents that happening. And that's the critical bit. We might not have the details. Unfortunately, they weren't secured. You know, we can't go back. But as long as nothing here prevents or precludes it, we're then not a point of either being in breach of any policy or causing harm by doing so. And that, for me, is the balance of the consideration on that, is we're not precluding it, we're not preventing it, but it's not secured. We can't also force it to happen. So that's the quandary on this position, unfortunately. With none of those points in the reserve matters necessarily precludes it from happening, albeit I think, you know, probably a fair degree of, and, you know, rightly so, disappointment that it hasn't knitted together in the way we might normally expect nowadays, but it is on the older side. Unfortunately, we do see some of those come through, but hopefully that helps with a little bit of the considerations before you.
Councillor Warboys?
Come back. Thank you very much for the comment. So, from what I understand, we can't make it happen, and it relies upon the goodwill of the developer and the agent at some future point, which it could happen. So, could you have some indication of that sort of possibly happening, or?
I'll let Mr. Shaw answer that.
One of the meetings we had with the parish council was about specific arrangements for the transfer of this land, its ownership, to the parish council. So I don't think there's any intention on Landac's part, my clients, to do anything other than transfer this land to the parish council. Sorry, to finish, the offer to construct the road, to construct the hard landscaping area or the car parking area at cost still stands.
Does that help, Councillor Warboys?
Yeah, that seems to show a way forward, really. Thank you.
Are there any further, anyone else like to speak? If not, if I may just ask a couple of points. I noticed in the conditions you've got EV charging details to be agreed. There are some dwellings that look like they don't have car parking adjacent. So will they be supplied with the requirements for EV charging? And is there to be any EV charging in the public community car park for the school and the church?
Both good questions. So obviously there's been an uplift in building regulations as well. In terms of the EV charging, I don't believe there's really too much of a situation where each dwelling could not be provided with one, because they have got allocated spaces within that parking court, and obviously it's to the frontage of the house, so it might be possible that potentially ducting or something could go in. I don't believe there's any provision in the section 106 for the EV charging in the car park specifically. That's not to say that that wouldn't be covered by this condition. We could obviously word it to cover it, and I think that probably was something that we could easily do. But yeah, it might be worth asking the agent if there's kind of any specific intention.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the outline the outline was agreed some time ago before EV charging was important. So, you know, a public car park would be quite useful to have EV charging. You know, if it's for the school, someone might want to leave their car there while they're at work and charge it. So that if it's reasonable to ask for that to be considered, that would be good. Councillor Haddingham.
Well, I think that it is what it is, basically, what we've got in front of us, you know, regrettable or no, I think... Sorry,
Did the agent want to come back on the EV charging in the car park?
I'd like to come back on the car park per se, and I've heard the term community car park used. This is not a community car park. It is car parking for the provision of staff at the school and for the church. It's not a community car park. It is to be, the specification for the car park is absolutely detailed in your own Section 106 agreement. I don't believe it includes anything in relation to electric vehicle charging points when it was signed in December 2019. So the important point is, yes, we'll consider it, but it's not part of that. It's not part of that specification. A barrier control is, and it's for that specific use, the church and the staff of the primary school. It's not a community car park.
Used the wrong term.
I think they have different connotations.
Councillor Haddingham.
Okay, yeah, back to the... basically, I was saying, you know, what we've got in front of us, I don't think there's enough evidence to turn it down. And so I think the offer to the parish and council to put the hard standing in, what I mean, the hard landscaping in, at cost is a reasonable one. And so therefore, heavy heart or no, I'm going to recommend that we go along with officer's approval and approve it.
Do we have a seconder for that proposal? Councillor Davies? Does anyone want to make any further comments? If not, the parish council, one of the other requests of the parish council, I think we've discussed the deed of variation of the Section 106, and we have been reassured that the council is going to say no to that. The construction management plan, which was the other parish council request, and I noticed there is a construction management plan condition. Can we add to that the parish council should be party to any discussion about that?
Yes, I think we could put a note kind of appended to that condition.
Is that okay with the proposer and seconder? No further comment, so if you can just summarise what we are about to vote on, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Chair. Yep, so we're looking to approve as the recommendation on page 116, and then with additional conditions, which I believe were the place-based artificial grass alternative to be agreed, the EV charging scheme to church/school car park to be agreed, and construction management plan to be undertaken in consultation with the parish council, by which we would mean prior to submission of the discharge, the consultation should have been undertaken, and then both parties would submit to us, yes, we've talked and we agreed, so that it would be agreed in advance. I hope that was everything that members wanted, proposer and seconder.
Thank you. I will now ask the governance officer to conduct the electronic vote.
Thank you, Chair. Members, that vote is now in progress. Thank you, members. Chair, that's 7 votes for and 1 against, therefore that's carried.
Thank you. I'd like to propose that we now have a lunch break. So it's now 20 to 1. Is meeting back at 1:30 acceptable? So we've got like 50 minutes to take a break. And then we've got the other remaining case, the one in Elmswell, after lunch, and then we'll have further discussions. Thank you.
Planning Committee. We now move to item 9E, DC/23/01076, land to the north and west of School Road, Elmswell, Suffolk. I will now invite the case officer, Dan Cameron, to introduce the application to the committee.
Thank you. Not all the committee members will be familiar, but I think this has been in front of Development Control Committee twice, once for the outline in 2018 and then once for the reserved matters, which was DC 22011615. This is a Section 73A application. So just to very briefly explain Section 73, it allows you to modify or remove a planning condition from a planning application. In this instance, Section 73A indicates that the site is already commenced, and the application is for variation of Condition 9 of the reserved matters on DC 22011615, and that deals with noise insulation on properties close to the railway, which I will quickly run through. But anyway, for members who are not familiar with the site, the plan we have now shows the built-up area of Elmswell to the west, and further down here, when we zoom out, we'll be able to see the access down to the A14 and Woolpit. This is a site. We have a number of dwellings coming forward on the site, as well as provision of a preschool, which will come forward through a separate application. If we zoom slightly further out, we have the A14 curving along the bottom of the screen, and you get a much better idea of how the site relates to the rest of Elmswell. As noted, the application in outline and reserved matters have already come before members, and as you'll note from the report, the determination that we make today won't have any impact on the outline or the reserved matters that's already been granted. That will still be able to go ahead. It just won't go ahead with the variation to the condition. This is the red line for the site. It's unchanged from the outline.
Sorry for interrupting. I'm a bit confused. It says Stowupland there.
Oh, it shouldn't do.
Right. Thank you.
I think it's just the title of how it's been saved. It is Elmswell. It's not Stowupland. And then we come to the constraints map. So at the time of consideration for the outline, we were outside the settlement boundary for Elmswell. However, it has been approved. We do have a Grade 2 listed building in Elmswell Hall over the railway line to the north, and we do have some flood zone 2 and 3 to the west of the site. However, it doesn't encroach into the site. If we look closer here, we have the railway line along the north, and then it is these properties that are subject to the noise condition. And this is the exemplar street scene, and part of the street scene A is this element along the north. So I have a view of the units there as well. So the units encased in purple are the units that form part of Zone A, which is what the noise insulation condition relates to, and we also have the preschool outlined in green, which will be subject to its own noise assessment at the time that application comes forward. Effectively, the condition as it's changed and set out in your reports, and I hope that the red text was acceptable for members. It dawned on me after we went to publication that if any members are colourblind, that might not have been as useful as I thought it was, colouring it red. But effectively, the glazing is to create a minimum sound reduction performance, which within this application will be changed and slightly increased. But the passive ventilation on those properties, the noise reduction on that will be slightly increased. As you'll see from the report, we've consulted with our environmental health colleagues in terms of the noise impact, and they note that at the end of the day, the overall test is set out in 0.5, which is unchanged, that the minimum level of noise reduction for those properties must meet the levels set out by the World Health Organization and British Standard. So on that basis, he is content to allow the variation of condition to slightly increase the decibel rating on the windows and marginally, decrease on the windows, increase on the passive ventilation. And this is a text copied from your report with the changes included, and this includes as well the point made in the Environmental Health Officer's report that says, in the event that the submitted information fails to satisfy us in regards to the noise reduction, that we then look at a remedial scheme with the applicant, and we do not allow occupation of those units while the noise reduction within those units does not meet WHO or British Standard. So members would have clarity and certainty that when we came to discharge the condition, if we weren't able to meet those minimum requirements, there wouldn't be any occupation of those units within Zone A, which are the affected units. You'll see from the site photos that the site's well advanced, it's Harris fenced, and we've had implementation of the road improvements, and now attention is turning within the site and changes to that noise requirement. So just to set out the recommendation in the report is as set out. There is no update via late papers or table papers. Consultation with the Parish Council recommends that the decision is left with our technical advisors, who are our environmental health colleagues. Environmental health officers consider that there's no overall change in the level of protection from noise that would be given to the future occupiers of those dwellings by virtue of the changed condition. And the condition wording ensures that sufficient scope within the condition to secure the evidence that the noise insulation has been installed to the level that we require it, and if not, that we can remediate and improve on that noise installation prior to occupation. So therefore, the officer's recommendation before members is to approve the application as set out, meaning that we'd have the change to condition 9. Members might also like to note that we have had an extensive planning history on this scheme, and that relates to the majority of discharge of conditions from both the outline and the reserved matters. So when we turn to the end of the report and you see the conditions set out, what we have done as officers is, where we already have discharge of condition on other conditions, we've set out that those details that are appropriate get carried forward here. I'll pass over to members for any questions arising from the report and let the meeting continue.
Thank you, Dan. Does anyone have any questions for Dan? Terry?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I question the, not being that technically minded on it, but I do question rate reducing from 43 decibels to only 39. How is that considered to maintain the equivalent standard? If the first standard was acceptable for the original application and it sets a higher bar and a better quality of life overall, why are we now considering something that might meet minimum standards, it might meet BS standards, but the original higher level possibly was accepted in the original response, and that's what we approved. Why are we now being asked to go lower?
So in bringing forward the application, Law, at the time of the reserve matters, engaged an acoustic consultant to undertake a report and set out their requirements in terms of the noise mitigation. As time's progressed, we now have an updated report that slightly tweaks the way that those minimum WHO and British standards are to be reached. In terms of consultation with the environmental health officers, they're quite relaxed about the way in which that overall reduction for the property is engaged with. In particular, if you think about noise reduction from windows, that's only effective if the windows are always closed. If the window is open, the noise reduction that occurs is then reduced. So in allowing slightly lesser noise reduction from the windows but increasing it for the passive ventilation, they consider that actually for most times when you'd have the windows closed, most of the noise would be coming from the passive ventilation anyway. So from that point of view, they're happy. But also in terms of the standard, the overall standard that we're hoping to hold the developer to isn't changing as a result of this application. So we'd always be looking at the WHO and British standards regardless. And I think from their point of view, how you reach that endpoint isn't material to them, provided that you can reach that endpoint. And bear in mind as well that it's a minimum standard, so the noise reduction from the windows and from the passive ventilation is set as a minimum level. If that needs to be higher in order to meet the WHO and British standard, then that is what the developer will need to have a look at. But in this instance, environmental health officers are happy that those decibel ratings will allow them to do that, but also the tweaks we've made to the condition secure that if they can't do that, then we look at a remedial scheme to improve noise insulation on those properties again, so that we can meet those WHO and British standard minimum levels.
Thanks. John? Oh, sorry, do you want to come back?
Very minor, I suspect. I noticed that... Oh, sorry.
Come back.
Terry.
Yeah, I'm afraid I'm just a little bit cynical that you generate, or the applicant generates one report and then doesn't like the conditions imposed on it, so generates another report to get conditions that he does like. And I'm just a bit cynical whether that's the approach taken here. Presumably, applying these new standards is saving the applicant money, otherwise he wouldn't be doing it. And I'm just cynical that this is the basis. And it's all very well if the environmental officers saying they're happy with it, they don't have to live in these houses.
I take the point. I think in terms of the actual changes in noise reduction, they are quite small. We aren't looking at a huge change in terms of the minimum noise reduction that the windows and the passive ventilation needs to accomplish. But at no point have we changed or moved the goalposts in terms of the end point that the noise insulation needs to reach. So that has been the same from when we looked at the application at Reserved Matters to now. So that ultimately will be the test for the revised acoustic solution that is being brought forward here. Ultimately, does it meet WHO and British standard? Where it does, then the properties are acceptable. Where it doesn't, then we have additional remediation to go through, and if that requires additional noise insulation or additional cost for the developer, that is their risk.
Thanks. John?
Yeah, I noticed the revised condition refers to Zone A, and the original one referred to Zone 1, and I wonder if is that different or not different?
No, Zone 1 and Zone A, I think it's just a quirk of whoever at the acoustic specialist has labelled the plans. I went through them. There is no change between Zone 1 and Zone A. We've always been dealing with the same properties.
Do we have any other questions for Daniel? Okay, we'll move on to the public speakers. We haven't got anyone from the parish council. We haven't got an objector or a supporter or the applicant, but we do have Sarah Mansell here as the ward member. But first of all, we've got a statement from Councillor Overett, which Claire is going to read.
Thank you, Chair. Please note that I support the officer recommendation for approval, noting that the acoustic performance will be equivalent or better than that originally approved, and that it will be tested prior to the homes being occupied. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. Sarah?
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to concur with the officer that this development has been being developed at pace. The photograph was taken whilst School Road was shut a few months ago. It is now all complete. We have the lovely new bike path as far as the church, beautiful smooth surface, people with their mobility scooters whizzing up and down because it's such a pleasant view. The houses at the front are now being marketed And I can also say that Blore have actually been quite a responsive developer who have readily engaged with the parish council and been responsive to local concerns. So although I understand Councillor Matthew's concern about maybe being a bit cynical, they have actually been quite cooperative. And in actual fact, I think I probably agree with the officer's comment that it's probably better to put more sound insulation on the walls than on the windows, because in times like this, we might all have the windows open. So it may be beneficial to have more of the attenuation on the walls. And the parish council decided that this was way too technical for their layman's knowledge about sound attenuation, that they decided they didn't really want to make any further comments. This is quite a technical issue, and provided the sound levels are tested before these houses are occupied, I don't really see it being a major problem. So I'm happy to support this application.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Sarah? No? Okay, we'll open up the item for debate then. Who would like to go first? Go on, John.
All right. Well, I don't think there are any issues here at all, and so I'll propose approval in line with the Office of Recommendations.
Thank you very much. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Roland.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Would anyone like to speak at all? Okay, so I'll have to ask the Chief Planning Officer / Area Planning Manager to read out the proposal on the table before we go to a vote.
Thank you. Yeah, we're just looking at approving as the recommendation, which is set out on pages 128 and 129.
Thank you. I will now ask the Governance Officer to conduct the electronic vote.
Thank you, members. That vote is now in progress for you. Thank you, members. Chair, that is 7 votes for. That's carried.
Mark? Right, thanks very much.
Hi, thank you. I'd now like to move forward to item 10 on the agenda, which is site inspection. Any site inspection requests need to be reported to the committee.
No, Chair, none received.
Right, so we're now going to go back to item 9A, which is the DC 2302118, land to the south of Church Farm, Somersham, IP 84PN, and land to the east of the Channel, Birstall, Suffolk. As advised earlier in the meeting, we will now need to agree to enter into closed session to consider the legal advice that we have received. Now, I'm prepared to propose this, that we exclude the public, but I do need to have a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Haddingham.
If I Chair, sorry, Chair, if I just may explain a bit, add a little bit of to that in detail. The advice is that, well, I'll just very quickly go back to first principles, because I'm mindful that we don't do this very often in planning committee, and that the membership of this committee has changed. That it's a broad principle of local government law that meetings are usually in public unless there's a very good reason for them not to be. The law positively requires you to exclude the public if you are considering information given in confidence by a government department or by a third party who's given it under an expectation of confidentiality. That's not the case here. But you have the right and the discretion to exclude the press and public in certain circumstances, and the list is now in Schedule 12A of the Local Government Act 1972 as amended, and it's been brought into line with freedom of information law, which you will, I know, be familiar with, and the relevant exemption which would apply in this case is number 5 of Schedule 12A, which is that the information that you would receive in private is information for which a claim for legal professional privilege could be maintained in legal proceedings. This is Council's opinion on a planning appeal that's not been resolved. So that does apply, and this is for you to decide if you wish to follow that.
Thank you for that clarification. So we now have a proposal and a seconder to go into a private session, a closed session. So we will carry out this vote by a show of hands. So all those in favour of going into a closed session?
Thank you, Chair. That's unanimous. Thank you.
So we now need to switch off the